Volume 2. The Retreat from Marshdale, by Mosoki Toma. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 22. Our concept of war was changed forever that day. Modern warfare involves waiting in trenches, terrified of magical attacks that may come at any moment, and testing one's endurance. The enemy's strategist, Sylphnova, made us realize such things were nothing but child's play. In retrospect, the Sylph offensive was undoubtedly the correct answer to winning the war on the Western Front. It can be said that there was no other strategy that could have broken through the front lines. At the time, firearms had only just been developed and both countries were still in the process of figuring out how to use these extremely lethal weapons efficiently. Both sides understood the power of guns and feared them, which is why they were unable to carry out bold operations. That's why her strategy struck so deeply. This strategy of a simultaneous multipoint breakthrough, devised by the young Sebastian genius Sylphnova, was a revolutionary tactic that completely overturned the conventional wisdom of trench warfare. This idea, which was the complete opposite of the single-point breakthrough tactics that were mainstream at the time, offered an unprecedented level of surprise. As a result, the front line that had held both sides together for 10 years was broken in just a single day. For better or worse, this tactic greatly advanced the stage of the war, was later refined in various ways, and continued to be used as one of the standard tactics in trench warfare even after the war. It was a groundbreaking strategy at the time. And so, on the first day of the Sylph offensive, Garbak platoon found itself in an unprecedented predicament. Platoon leader: there are enemies to the rear. A few hours after the start of the battle, our friendly forces on both sides had been annihilated and we were completely isolated. I managed to survive thanks to the platoon leader's superhuman strength, but injuries and deaths were beginning to occur within the platoon. No matter how superior a force is, it is destined to be annihilated eventually when surrounded by enemies on all sides. Even platoon leader Garbak must have been prepared for death. Kill, violate, and ravage. Get revenge for the grudges we've held all these years. At this time, the enemy soldiers charged with terrifying spirit. They ravaged Ostend territory with great force, destroying our bases like ravenous beasts. Just as our comrades were killed by Sebastian soldiers, they too have had their comrades killed by us. They were relentlessly pursuing us, filled with hatred for the murder of their friend. Why hasn't headquarters issued any orders? How long do we have to fight here? Despite this emergency, Ostend's command center remained motionless. The speed of the Sabbath invasion was far beyond their expectations and they were at their mercy. Information became confusing as headquarters was paralyzed. In fact, there were reports such as there are no abnormalities on the front lines. Reports that all front lines have been broken through were intended to encourage withdrawal. This false information contributed to the confusion at headquarters. The headquarters located in the rear city was unable to detect this false information from the enemy. Are they telling us to just die like this? On this day, no orders were given to the soldiers on the front lines for more than 24 hours. As a result, many of Ostend's soldiers were unable to retreat or move and were either killed or captured. Amidst all this confusion, the order was given to Garbak platoon to retreat 5 hours after the battle had begun. Our frontline commander, Major Renville, initiated a withdrawal on his own initiative and without authorization from headquarters. While this decision was later praised, given the circumstances at the time it was a cowardly move worthy of a court-martial. It was thanks to his courageous decision that I was able to survive. However, even on this front, it took 5 hours for the order to retreat to be given. This shows that Major Renville made his decision after much deliberation. During that 5-hour grace period, the enemy had already advanced inland to cut off our retreat. While we were surviving by clinging to our frontline trenches, neighboring cities were already being invaded by the enemy. With our Garbak platoon in such a desperate situation, the only way we had left to survive was to keep running. Once we get past the enemy's invasion line, we'll be safe. We'll just keep running and leave behind anyone who can't keep up. With that said, the platoon leader took the lead, drew his sword, and began to sprint as usual. The area around the trench is a plain of pitch-black soil. There was no cover around the area, just a few temporary warehouses here and there. Let's head towards the forest area first. We'll eventually be killed if we go through the plains. The plains that formed the battlefield on the Western Front extend for more than 10 kilometers behind the trenches. This meant that we had no choice but to run more than 10 kilometers while being shot at from both the front and the back. Don't fight back. If you have time to stop and fire your gun, run. Understood. If someone is shot, give up. Abandon them and run. Platoon Commander Garbak gave his orders in brief. At this moment, I think the platoon leader glanced at me and Rodri. Perhaps he was trying to warn us, who have a bad habit of instinctively helping our teammates. If we're not going to fight back, will we throw away our guns and ammo? You idiot, don't throw away your weapons. We won't be able to get any more supplies from now on. Platoon leader Garbak scolded Corporal Verdi for asking such a question. We only have enough ammunition for one battle. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary fighting, they did not allow a return attack. The luggage on your back is your lifeline. Yes. From now on, ammunition is a valuable commodity. In the future, if we ever find ourselves in a situation where we have to break through enemy lines, we would be helpless without bullets and grenades. That's why you need to save supplies. We'll move in a direction with fewer enemies. Alan, you take the lead. Yes, sir, platoon leader. It may also have been decided that if they fought back, they would stand out and be more likely to be shot. All we could do was sneak around and run, praying that we wouldn't be shot by enemy soldiers nearby. Thus began Garbak platoon's hellish marathon. The Sylph offensive took place in early autumn. As a pleasant, cool breeze blew across the plains, we marched through the noise of hell, fearing the bullets flying around. On the plains with such a great view, there was no way we could stop. On the first day of our retreat, we just kept running. With Senior Alan's guidance, we made sure to avoid the nearby cities as much as possible, so fortunately we didn't encounter many enemies. At this time, most of the enemy soldiers were apparently heading towards seizing military bases and occupying nearby cities. In the end, the only people we came across on our retreat were scouting forces on sporadic patrols. Stay behind me. Roger that. During our retreat, platoon leader Garbak's shield was a real help. The platoon leader's shield was different from my own flimsy one. It was a sturdy shield that was able to deflect bullets well. I've been training for about half a year now and have improved a little, but I still can't make as strong a shield as platoon leader Garbak. Touri. However, even a platoon leader like him has a limit to what he can accomplish. For example, even he would be unable to defend against a thrown grenade while holding a strong shield. Normally, the scout, Senior Alan, takes care of the grenades, but... Got it, wind cannon. Now that Senior Alan has taken the lead, I'm in charge of the anti-air defense. This magic spell called wind cannon is one that anyone can easily fire as long as they have magical power and a magical tool called a wind gun. The wind rifle is the starting equipment for scouts, and is also issued to magical infantrymen of first class and above. Normally, as a medic, I wouldn't be issued any weapons, but, you should also train as a scout. It won't hurt. After receiving the usual power harassment from my platoon leader, I was being taught how to use the wind gun by Senior Alan. It was thanks to my wide field of vision and reaction time, in which I had always had confidence, that I achieved the second highest score after Senior Alan in anti-grenade training. I have a lot of very bad memories of grenades. Such experiences may also have contributed to my heightened sensitivity to grenade attacks. In recognition of my results, at the request of the platoon leader, I was issued a gun and at the same time took on a certain amount of responsibility for the grenades. To be honest, I also wanted a real gun in case of an emergency. Unfortunately, I was not allowed to own a gun. The reason is that it violates military regulations that do not allow medical soldiers to engage in combat activities. The reason such a rule exists dates back to the time of cavalry warfare. Heavy cavalry were considered the strongest branch of the military because of their defensive power and rarely suffered fatal injuries. Apparently, there was a general who planned to train heavy cavalry consisting only of users of healing magic in order to create an immortal army. However, the results were disappointing. It seems that many of the healing mages were non-combatants who were not used to being on the front lines, so they easily fell into a trap and were buried alive in a pitfall. As a result, all the soldiers who could use healing magic, which was valuable even at the time, were lost, and the battle ended in a bitter defeat. I heard that after that General Staff banned medical soldiers from participating in combat after that. Due to the influence of the times, I was not allowed to own a gun. However, the wind gun is simply a magical tool that blows wind. Its main purpose is to intercept grenades, so it is classified as a defensive item, so to speak. Although it has the shape of a gun, there's precedent for it being issued to medics belonging to the defense forces, so it seems there is no problem with me carrying it myself. That's how I was given the wind gun. By the way, wind guns have no lethal power. They just blow a really strong wind. If fired at close range, it's powerful enough to throw an enemy off balance. Rather than going to the trouble of firing such a gun at an enemy, it would be 100 times more effective to shoot a real bullet. We were retreating towards a wooded area southeast of the Western Front, dealing with the occasional flying grenade or live ammunition. I ran so hard I thought I was going to die, and it was already dark by the time we entered the forest. Here we could finally take a breather. There's no need to worry about being sniped within the forest, and even if we did encounter the enemy, Platoon Leader Garbak is invincible in close combat and would be able to handle it. Platoon Leader Garbak, here's the damage report. Only 2 people. Well, good job. However, before they reached the forest, 2 members of Garbak's platoon dropped out. One of them accidentally stuck his head out in the trench and was shot through the brain. The other was shot and killed because he was running too far from the platoon leader's shield. These 2 were junior soldiers. They were assigned to our platoon a few months ago to fill vacancies. There had been no actual combat for several months, so this retreat was effectively their first battle. It is said that newly deployed recruits are most likely to lose their lives in their first battle. It was simply unfortunate for them that their first battle was so harsh. On the other hand, the only casualties were the 2 rookies. This is all thanks to Senior Allen, who skillfully led the troops to an area with fewer enemies. The enemy is no longer in sight. After the platoon retreated into the wooded area, we continued our night march but never made contact with the enemy. I was on guard against ambushes in the forest, but it turned out to be a needless worry. There doesn't seem to be any sign of pursuit into the forest. No one wants to die in a winning battle. Even for the enemy, there would be little reason to pursue us all the way into the forest. It had come down to guerrilla warfare in the forest, which we had a chance of winning despite our small amount of forces. It would be much more rewarding to occupy or destroy a facility than to take that risk and eliminate a few retreating soldiers. This is very much appreciated for us who are currently in retreat. What should we do now, platoon leader? We're going straight through the forest towards Marshdale. The platoon leader has set Marshdale as our retreat destination. The city was a transit point for supplies on the Western Front and was also a fortified city, making it suitable for defensive battles. It's also a nearby Noel, my hometown. Marshdale is a city with an abundance of wartime supplies. It is likely a city that will be targeted with the highest priority. Major Renville has issued the order for everyone to head for Marshdale. The Major will likely retreat there as well. The enemy soldiers are also aware that Marshdale has abundant supplies. There's no doubt that the Sabatian soldiers will attack with the same offensive momentum. What if the place we retreat to is already a sea of fire? Marshdale won't fall before we get there. Just as our ammunition is limited, the enemy can't fight unless they replenish their ammunition. I see. We're in a race against time. The Major wants us to get to Marshdale and fight before it's taken. The distance from the Western Front to Marshdale is about 40 to 50 kilometers. If we're running on flat ground, we would be able to get there within 2 days. However, since we have to advance through a forest while being on the lookout for enemies, it will likely take a long time. Even still, the enemy's marching speed is likely slower than ours. The enemy also needs to organize their supply lines, be on guard around the area, and advance while occupying villages, so their marching speed is completely different from ours, which only requires us to flee. Even if they were to advance without regard for supplies, it would take at least 4 to 5 days. Normally, It would take about a week. Within a week, we could probably reach Marshdale first despite marching through the forest. What do we do about food and water during the retreat? Get it from the forest. Right. The only problem is that humans cannot function without water. If it comes down to it, I carry some saline solution for cleaning in my backpack, but we have not made any preparations to expect a march of several days. Don't worry, a person won't die even if they go without food or drink for a few days, Corporal. No, there's still a risk of dehydration and death from heat stroke. Now that he was able to take a breather in the forest, Corporal Verdi's face turned pale, as if he had re-evaluated the situation. After all, they were only able to take out enough important supplies, such as weapons, ammunition, food, water, and clothing, in amounts that would fit in their backpacks. After 5 hours of defending the trenches, they were low on ammunition. In such conditions, they have to march through the forest, where animals and pests live. We can only hope that we find a river or a spring. Oh, don't throw away your piss from now on. Apparently you can drink it. The enemy on the battlefield is not just enemy soldiers brandishing guns. The weather, terrain, animals, insects, hunger, thirst, and everything tries to attack us. From the day the self-offensive began, we found ourselves fighting these dangerous enemies for some time. Alan, I'll leave the guidance to you. Yes, platoon leader. In this situation where there was absolutely nothing, the only blessing was that the scouts were provided with a compass as standard equipment. Thanks to that, we were able to head to Marshdale without getting lost even in the forest with poor visibility. From here we ended up on a 5-day march through hell. I came to realize that the frontline trenches that I had previously thought was hell was actually a wonderful place where food, clothing, and shelter were guaranteed. Chapter 23. Everyone, this way. We've found spring water. 3 days have passed since the start of the Sylph offensive. The Western Front has already completely collapsed and the civilians who were unable to escape in time are being massacred in villages near the front line. These were people that the military should be helping. Unfortunately, we were injured and retreating, so we didn't have the luxury of doing so. After all, we were running low on ammunition and equipment, so it was determined that we were no longer physically fit to continue combat. And it was not as if the Garbak platoon was marching through the forest lightly either. Fighting hunger and thirst, we had been walking through the forest for 3 days straight, climbing over fallen moss-covered trees and without sleep. Really, Alan? Yeah. All the members of Garbak platoon were on the verge of collapse. We had been walking for 3 days without coming across any water source. They licked each other's empty saline bottles and sipped their own urine that they had squirted into their iron helmets and were barely able to move. Perhaps because I was so dehydrated, I felt extremely dizzy, my breath tasted sour, and my legs felt as heavy as lead. Water. Hayaha. No, that's not okay. Rodri. Platoon leader Garbak said, we will be self-sufficient in terms of food and water within the forest. Once we started going through the forest, we found that securing food and water was more difficult than we had expected. It would have been great if there had been a river flowing in the direction we were heading, but unfortunately, no matter how far we went on the first and second days, we never reached a river. Then on the third day, having long since run out of water and on the verge of collapsing, Senior Alan finally discovered a small spring of water. It's been a while since I've had water. Please wait a second. If we had been a little slower in discovering the water source, our entire platoon would have been wiped out. Dehydration is no joke. Even platoon leader Garbak looked like a dead man with dry lips and sunken eyes. If it weren't for the platoon leader's order not to dispose of urine, some of our troops would have been died. I never imagined that survival in the forest would be so tough. If no one else is going to drink it, I'll drink it first. Chemph. Ouch. In such a desperate situation, Rodri is attacked by the iron fist of his platoon leader as he attempts to drink the water. I'm grateful that you stopped Rodri, but please take into consideration the time it takes for him to heal before hitting him. He was pretty much blown away just now. Rodri, we need to boil it first. If we drink polluted water, we'll all be wiped out. Platoon leader. After each member has made a hearth out of earth, please turn your iron caps upside down and fill them with water. You can only drink from the boiling water once it has cooled down. Alright. It would be no laughing matter if the water in this forest were contaminated with infectious microorganisms. Our entire unit could be wiped out if we all fall ill here. Just in case, it's best to boil it before drinking it. Let's rest for a while. Thus, for the first time in 3 days, we stopped marching and took a rest. Ah, it's hot. Please let it cool well before drinking. It had been a while since I had last drunk water, and it was really tasty. I was so dehydrated that I couldn't produce tears, but I might have cried if I had been in normal condition. I was reminded once again how important water is to the human body. Looking at it this way, it seems like a lot of medical equipment is geared towards survival. Yes, thank goodness there was a burner to cauterize the wound. Luckily, there was no shortage of fire starters. Among the medical equipment I had brought with me was a burner for stopping bleeding. It also contains many other items that can be useful in extreme situations, including 2 empty saline bottles, a small bottle of disinfectant, clean cloths, and ointment for wounds. This is likely because the equipment provided to medics was designed to enable them to serve in frontline trenches for several days. The saline solution was especially helpful as it provided valuable fluids and salt. I'm so grateful to Head Medic Gale. Platoon Leader, may I get some sleep? No, the march is slower than expected. We will leave as soon as we secure some more water. Understood. And it seems that our march was significantly delayed due to delays in water supplies. Halfway through the race, everyone was running while feeling dizzy and dehydrated. Well, that would slow down the advance. We'll be able to get supplies once we reach Marshdale. We just need to be patient until then. In the end, we only had a few hours rest. Looking back, it seems that at this advanced speed, they were on the verge of crossing the enemy's invasion line. The Sabbath was continuing its invasion with unrelenting force, and if we had rested here, we might have been surrounded by enemies after emerging from the forest and wiped out. In such a situation, we had to push our tired bodies forward. Incidentally, we were unable to join up with friendly forces inside the forest. As for the few remaining Allied troops, most of them fled into the forest like us. Some troops chose not to enter the forest and instead headed across the plains to Marshdale. The decision was made that once they crossed the enemy's invasion line, it would be harder for them to be caught, and it'd be safer to run across the plains. Alternatively, they may have decided to march across the plains after weighing the risks of getting lost in the forest due to a lack of scouts or the possibility of being attacked by animals. There was no right answer. It seems that the troops who marched across the plains managed to escape to Marshdale in a short period of time. However, they suffered heavy losses while breaking through the enemy's invasion lines, and many of their troops were annihilated. On the other hand, the troops who chose to march through the forest took longer to reach Marshdale, but they arrived there with more survivors. However, it seems that not everyone survived, as some collapsed in the forest or got lost in the wrong direction. I think Platoon Leader Garbak, who was confident in his ability to traverse the forest, chose the option that would give him the highest chance of survival. Thus, on the 5th day of our retreat, we finally emerged from the forest and reached a plain where a trade route was established. At this time, the enemy's invasion line was only 7 kilometers behind us, which put us in a very dangerous situation. In the distance, villages are on fire, and along the trade route, injured citizens and soldiers with pale faces are walking towards Marshdale. It seemed we had managed to escape in the nick of time. To think that I would come to Marshdale in a situation like this. I saw the fort of Marshdale from afar when I was a child. Marshdale is a city near my hometown of Noel, but I have never been there before. Noel was a peaceful rural village, a remote place with nothing but farmland. For these rural orphans, the city of Marshdale was a place of longing. I have also dreamed of one day having a meal at a nice restaurant in Marshdale and watching an entertaining play with my friends. I never imagined that I would end up arriving in this city, which was so fascinating to me as a child, in this way. Just a little more. Let's go. Whoa, crap. The village over there is on fire. The enemy's invasion is faster than expected. We need to stay on our toes. Today I didn't come to Marshdale to play, I came to fight. I can't go into Marshdale with a frivolous mood. Damn it, those Sebastian people. They're going to kill everyone, regardless of whether they're ordinary citizens or not. Calm down, Rodri. I once again steeled myself and looked in the direction Rodri was pointing to see where the enemy is currently located. Up ahead, there was indeed a village on fire. The distance is quite close. What's up, Shorty? Hurry up. The sight of the village burning down made my mind go blank. Perhaps it was because it was a scene I unconsciously tried not to think about. The current location of the enemy. In other words, the burning village he was pointing at was my hometown, Noel. But there are no military supplies or anything like that in that city. It is just home to a kind orphanage director and a few mischievous children. There are just vast expanses of land filled with not-so-tasty potatoes and bitter vegetables. Noel's on fire. Wait, where are you going, Shorty? Noel is on fire. I was so shocked that I lost my senses and was about to run towards Noel. If Rodri hadn't grabbed me by the shoulder, I might have actually started running. The enemy is attacking my hometown. Noel, really? Platoon leader, we have to hurry up and go help. Everyone. I couldn't help but approach platoon leader Garbak. I was so upset that I couldn't think straight. A dull sound rang out. Just as I approached him, I felt a dull impact on my face. The force of the impact knocked me to the ground, landing on my rear with the taste of blood flooding my mouth. It seemed like it had been a while since I had been punched in the face by the platoon leader. Are you awake? Our retreat target is Marshdale. Let's go. My eyes were throbbing, and I was unsteady, but I managed to get to my feet. The platoon leader looked down at me in silence. You're strong, platoon leader. I feel like you're nearly invincible in close-quarters combat. If it were him, he could probably return to Noel and intercept the enemy. The kind director who has a bad back won't be able to escape. Babies still in strollers won't be able to escape. However, if we head to Noel right now, we might be able to help them. Understood. My apologies. I will repeat your orders. I will run towards Marshdale. But that part of my brain calmed down after being hit. There was no strategic merit to our exhausted Garbak platoon risking their lives to rescue Noel. Sometimes the best solution is to abandon people in their hometowns who could be saved. You managed to pull yourself together, Touri. Because of that, I'll let you off the hook for glaring at me just now. Thank you. Let's go then. At the time, I was completely unaware, but it seems I had been glaring at the platoon leader. I'm sure somewhere in my heart I was harboring the selfish wish that, if only the platoon leader would go and rescue Noel, my hometown could be saved. In the process of retreating, so many other villages were burned down. We chose to abandon them all and escape, so it's rather selfish of me to expect only my hometown to be saved. This was simply my emotions getting to me after seeing my hometown on fire. My heart feels like it's going to burst. I ran without looking back on the burning Noel. I didn't have the resolve to stop running and face reality. The main reason I decided to risk my life volunteering for the military and becoming a medic was to give back to the orphanage. I wanted to give back, even if just a little, to the people of that place who were the only family and relatives I had in this world. My throat is burning and my mouth is dry. After 3 days of not eating anything and with little water, I don't even have the strength to cry. The only sound that escaped me was a low, dry groan. Chapter 24. The Fortified City of Marshdale. As its name suggests, it's a city once famous as a fortress, with its center surrounded by 3 bastions. A redoubt is a defensive wall several meters high made of firmly packed earth, gravel, and concrete to protect against bullets. I'm glad you're safe. Yes. At the gate of the fort, our platoon leader told the guards our affiliation and name and we were welcomed in. Some members rejoiced at our miraculous survival and embraced their fellow platoon members. In that kind of atmosphere, I didn't say a word and just stared in a daze. The citizens have already been evacuated. They are probably considering urban warfare. There is no reason to leave civilians behind. When I first set foot in the city of Marshdale, it was a deserted, lonely place, like a ruined city. The glamorous, walled city of Marshdale was something I had longed for since I was a child. What must have been a bustling city is now deserted. Uniformed soldiers ran around busily. A cracked bakery sign lay toppled in front of a stone storefront on the main street. Flowers blooming by the roadside had been trampled by someone. Inorganic sandbags are piled up everywhere on street corners. Hey, can I have a moment? Are you a retreating soldier? Platoon leader Garbak called out to a nearby soldier, told him his affiliation and name, and asked to be put through to Major Renville. I will put you through to the next call. Please wait in the designated area. The soldiers were used to dealing with such people, and we were quickly led to the area where we were supposed to wait. There were already many soldiers waiting there. These were apparently soldiers who had originally been patrolling Marshdale, or who had quickly retreated across the plains to Marshdale. Oh, that's the Garbak platoon. They're truly reliable. It's the ace. The ace is back. When he arrived at the square, platoon leader Garbak was given a very warm welcome. Few soldiers on our front lines don't know the name platoon leader Garbak. Aces are notorious for being crazy, but at the same time, many soldiers see them as valuable assets who will go ahead and destroy the enemy. Please, have a smoke. After waiting in the square for a while, bread and warm milk were brought to us without any word. Apparently, they have been instructed to give meals to the retreating soldiers first. Food. Erodri, eat it slowly with your milk. Don't gobble it down and choke on it. MMGH. I told you so. Rodri greedily bit into the bread and gagged. It's no wonder, it's the first proper meal we had in days. The bread was stale and the milk watered down. At the time, I was feeling dizzy and in shock. I think I just brought it to my mouth without feeling anything. But my body was honest. Taking in some nutrition for the first time in a long time made me feel incredibly happy. The bread I ate that day was probably the most delicious I've ever had in my life. Delicious. After drinking the milk and stuffing myself with bread, I finally regained my composure. I'm going to meet with Major Renville. You guys wait here. Only Verdi will follow me. Got it, platoon leader. After finishing his meal, platoon leader Garbak immediately headed to operations headquarters. The enemy has already invaded right up to Marshdale. There's probably no time to relax and rest. This city will become a battlefield too. I guess so. Rodri spoke to me in a soft murmur. My hometown, Noel, was burned down last night. If we don't fight, Marshdale too will sink into flames. That's a bit cold, Shorty. What is? After seeing your hometown burn, don't you feel any hatred towards the Sabbath folk? Rodri asked me with a very serious expression. Do you not hate them for burning Noel? Do I feel resentful that Noel was burned? Of course I do. I would feel terrible if people important to me from my hometown were killed. I would feel very resentful. I guess so. Is this what you often say, Rodri, the reason to fight? To kill enemies? Yeah. I still don't know if the people at the orphanage are safe. Let's imagine what would have happened if the director had been unable to escape in time and had been killed by enemy soldiers. It'd be heartbreaking, and I'm sure I'd hate those enemy soldiers so much that I'd want to kill them. But you know, Shorty, leave that sort of thing to us murderers. What? Rodri had a strangely gentle look on his face as he stroked my head. I told you a lot of things before. It's better for guys like medics to run away like cowards. That's. With you medical professionals behind us, we can risk our lives with peace of mind. It would be more troublesome for a midget to recklessly charge into the enemy and lose their lives. Only murderers like us should be the ones to launch suicide attacks on the enemy out of sheer hatred. I couldn't help but stare at Rodri's face. It was a very kind thing to say, which was unusual for them. Please. Don't be reckless and charge at the enemy, Shorty. Just stay cowering like a coward like before. Rodri. What? In the end, perhaps it's just Rodri's personality, but he remained a bit rude even after Senior Gray's warning. There was always a sense of care behind his words. In other words, thank you for your concern. I'm fine, so please don't worry. Is that so? Rodri must have been worried about me because I was so distraught when Noel caught fire. That's so typical of him, a man who secretly cares for his friends. Essentially, his advice is, Don't let anger get the better of you and lose sight of yourself. Stay calm and act as you normally would. And Rodri. What's wrong? You really are like Senior Grey. Rodri was described by Senior Grey as similar to him. Apparently my senior's assessment wasn't wrong. What do you mean? That's annoying. Oh, are you embarrassed, Rodri? Noisy little brat. Admittedly, I was acting a little too calm. I'm aware that I was distraught due to the harsh march and the shock of my hometown being burned. But in the military, losing composure means death. Let's just take his advice to heart. Are you the medic? Yes, I am. Well done, Garbak. You have done a great job in safely bringing her back to Marshdale. It's an honor, Major. I heard you were young, but you look even younger than I imagined. You look about as old as my grandson. While I was enjoying being comforted by Rodri, I was suddenly called out by Corporal Verdi. It turns out that Major Renville was calling for me. I was terrified as the corporal took me to Marshdale City Hall, where I found myself standing in front of a very intimidating-looking old man. What is your name and rank? I am Medic First Class Touri Noel. I see. Thank you for coming. The old man was wearing an obviously impressive military uniform, had many old scars on his face, and had a well-muscled body despite his old age. Even the arrogant platoon leader Garbak straightened his back and saluted. In other words, this intimidating old man is. I'm Major Renville, the Frontline commander of the Central Army. It's an honor to meet you. My boss's boss. He was Major Renville himself, a frontline commander who could even boss around platoon leader Garbak. We don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. Medic First Class Touri. Yes, Major. The Major glared at me sternly and, without any preamble, began talking about his orders. Major Renville's face clearly shows signs of fatigue, but the room is filled with papers and there is no sign of him having rested. It is clear that the operational headquarters had no room to breathe. I would appreciate it if you didn't give me any unreasonable orders. Then I give you an order. I order you to establish a medical base here in Marshdale by tomorrow morning. Major Renville looked at me with a straight face. It was a much more unreasonable request than I had expected. What is your reply? I will repeat the order. I will set up a medical base by tomorrow morning. Very well. What is this person even saying? What does it mean to establish a medical center? It's a classified matter, so I can't disclose the total strength of our forces. We can expect casualties in the hundreds. We need a medical headquarters large enough to handle that. Yes, Major. The enemy is expected to invade as early as dawn. At that point, prepare to immediately accept seriously ill patients. So you're talking about a medical center that can take in several hundred people? That's about the same size as the field hospital where I used to work, right? Am I the only medic? What if I have nowhere to go to for medical supplies or nurses? What do you expect from a 15-year-old girl like me? But I can't refuse if it's an order. I request permission to ask a question. I don't mind. Can you provide the location and personnel for the medical base? I will leave that to you as well. I will provide you with the authority to do so. Yes, Major. I'm looking forward to it, Touri. Regarding the establishment of the medical headquarters, it seems that I have been given the necessary authority and have been given complete discretion. In other words, from now on, I have to do everything myself. By tomorrow morning, I will have to gather people with medical experience, transport medical supplies, and set up a base. Seriously? Major. Please don't bully my subordinate too much. Fut. As I was internally panicking with my face turning pale, platoon leader Garbak interjected with a look of exasperation on his face. At the same time, Major Renville must have found my perplexed expression amusing because his straight face broke and he burst out laughing. Ha. Sorry. It's okay to refuse orders that you can't carry out, Medic First Class Touri. If you follow an unreasonable order and fail, it will cause trouble for the entire army. What? Sorry, but I just wanted to tease you because you had such a serious look on your face. Look, there's no reason to be so nervous in front of a poor commander like me who's only just reached the rank of major despite my age. Apparently that unreasonable request earlier was just his way of making a joke. From the looks of it, Major Renville seems to have quite a playful side. I guess you could say I was completely fooled. However, no matter how much of a disadvantage you're in, it's important to keep a positive attitude, girl. While it's true the Western Front collapsed and our army is in a bad position, it's times like these that we must keep a positive attitude. In this situation, should I have just laughed along? Or would it have been rude to be casual with a superior officer? In the first place, my hometown, Noel, was just burned down, so I'm not in the mood for such jokes. Uncle, that medic, First Class Touri, as her name suggests, is from the village of Noel that was burned down last night. What? While I was at a loss for how to respond, Corporal Verdi whispered something to Major Renville with a panicked look on his face. Corporal Verdi must have been concerned about me because he had seen how distraught I had been earlier. Rodri's words certainly made me feel a little better, but I still haven't fully processed everything. When I think about that kind director, my eyes start to tear up, and I feel like I might burst into tears. I'm really sorry about that, Medic First Class Touri. Sniff. I suddenly realized that tears were welling up in my eyes. Major Renville was apologizing to me, his face turning pale. Major Renville may have been trying to lift my spirits in his own way, but his timing was bad. Seriously speaking, the medical headquarters is already set up. Oh. However, I have only gathered the medical personnel in this city by bowing my head, and there are no military personnel here. I would like to ask you, as a soldier, to be the coordinator of the medical headquarters. I see, I understand. Major Renville told me his real orders with an embarrassed look on his face. I heard that the fate of all the medics working at that field hospital, except for me, is still unknown. That means I'm the only medic here right now. So, although a medical headquarters had been established, it's pretty much like a private hospital. The chain of command is unclear, so I'm being tasked to take on the role of leader on a provisional basis. Please be aware that they are merely civilian collaborators, so you have no authority to command or direct them. Yes, Major. However, the medical professionals who have been called in all likely have more experience than I do. I guess I'm just the one who coordinates things because he's in the military. When an emergency occurs, I have to take the lead and protect them. Also, the location is a conference room in this city hall. Oh, we're right there then. We'll be lining up to focus on protecting the city hall. It'll be safer to keep the medical headquarters together with the city headquarters. I'll have my subordinate show you around. Go and say hello, Major Renville said, beckoning a female officer standing behind him. I will assign Lieutenant Aria to act as your advisor. If there's anything you don't understand, please ask her. Understood. As Major Renville spoke, a female officer walked towards me. The officer called Lieutenant Aria was a woman with long blonde hair and fierce eyes. As a second lieutenant, she's a senior officer above platoon leader Garbak. Although she looks relatively young, she must be someone with a lot of experience. And was it out of consideration for me that he assigned the woman to me? I'm Aria, the Mage Squadron Commander under Major Renville. Nice to meet you. Yes, thank you very much, Lieutenant. There are very few female soldiers. Infantry troops are generally made up of men only. As an exception, women can only be appointed as officers in certain branches of the military such as non-combatant engineers, medics, and mages who do not directly engage in combat. This lieutenant graduated second in her class at the military academy, so I'm sure she'll be able to help you with anything. She's extremely talented. You can rely on her to the fullest. That's an excessive introduction. Mages and medics are the military branches with the most female officers. However, it is not easy for a woman to become a company commander. After all, male soldiers tend to be given preferential treatment. I thought it was impossible for a woman to become a company commander unless she had connections. The fact that she was appointed as a lieutenant, pushing aside the male soldiers, means that she is incredibly talented. By the way, Aria is my daughter. What? Corporal Verdi from your unit is my cousin. Please feel free to talk to me as if I were your cousin. So it was through connections after all. Chapter 25. Now then, allow me to escort you to the medical headquarters. Understood. After receiving orders from Major Renville to take charge of medical headquarters, Lieutenant Arya guided me to a large auditorium next door. As Major Renville said, they are merely civilian collaborators. Even if we give them orders, they probably won't follow them easily. They also have no obligation to do so. I see. And they're also people who have agreed to remain in such a dangerous place. They are not easy to deal with, and each one has their own quirks. Don't get swallowed up by them. Lieutenant Arya advised me before entering the auditorium. It seems like there are a lot of people with strong personalities. Excuse me. What's it this time, soldier? The lieutenant took a deep breath and opened the door to the auditorium. A man standing near the entrance greeted me with a puzzled look on his face. A child. I'm sorry, but I want everyone to stop what they're doing and listen up for a moment. As expected, the establishment of the medical headquarters was already complete. The auditorium was equipped with almost all the facilities of a hospital. There are already several cloths laid out on the floor and blank medical records lined up, acting as a makeshift hospital bed. The chairs were being used as storage racks, with several strings tied around them to hang clean cloths that had been sterilized with boiling water. At the window, a young nurse was cutting clean cloth into strips to make bandages. Although small in size, the medical headquarters certainly had the makings of a field hospital. I have been temporarily in charge of the medical headquarters until now, but I will now introduce the new official personnel that have arrived. The new manager. The medical staff there all seemed to be older than me. From what I saw, people in their 20s to 40s were working there sparsely. Most of them looked at me, standing behind Lieutenant Arya with puzzled expressions on their faces. Hey, is that girl behind you really the one who's in charge? Yes. Medic First Class Touri, say hello. Major Renville referred to them as civilian collaborators. This means that they were medical professionals working at the hospital in Marshdale and had much more experience than I did. They must be unhappy about being told what to do by an inexperienced girl who's their boss just because I'm in the military. Let's try not to be overbearing and respect them so we can work together without issues. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Medic First Class Touri Noel. Although this is temporary, I intend to do my best to be of assistance to everyone who has cooperated with us during these difficult times. First impressions are important. I looked them straight in the eye and bowed politely. Stay as humble and polite as possible. In this emergency, I must avoid any situation that could strain our relationships. How old are you, miss? I'm 15 years old. What? The person who spoke to me was a well-built middle-aged man who had first greeted us. He is a portly man with a bear-like beard. What are you planning, soldier? You're putting a 15-year-old girl in charge? We have no other personnel. She is the only medic who managed to reach Marshdale. Hey, this isn't funny. As expected, doctors who have been practicing medicine with pride for many years seem to dislike being managed by a child like me. With a very dissatisfied look on his face, he started arguing with Lieutenant Arya. How can a child like this be in charge of a hospital? The order has already been decided. Then take it back. There is no one else suitable for the position. Well then, what should I do? It seems like there aren't many people who will follow my instructions. Is it also part of my job to appease their dissatisfaction and get them to understand? Please calm down. I have no intention of taking charge of you all. Just think of me as a messenger from the military. Even if you say that. The bear-like man looked at me with a troubled expression. As a younger person, perhaps I can be considerate and somehow help ease their dissatisfaction. It's a shame to push the responsibility onto such a small child, soldier. Let this girl escape first. We can't leave a child in such a dangerous place. Hey kid, do you want some candy? While I was thinking about this, a nearby old man gave me some candy. When I accepted the candy, the old man smiled with great joy. What will you do if the enemy invades this place? She's a soldier. She's prepared to die. That's too sad. She's only 15. Just as Lieutenant Arya said, there's no need for any consideration. I volunteered to join the military and I am prepared to die. Is that so? I'll give you some candy. The number of candies has increased to 2. Your surname is Noel? Are you from that village? Yes. Oh, how pitiful. Why does even a child like this have to be dragged into the war? While I was wondering how to respond, I was picked up by a plump woman. I just let her do whatever she wanted as she rubbed her cheek against mine and pressed me against her voluptuous body. What about your parents? Why didn't they say anything when their daughter was sent to the front lines like this? No, well, I grew up in an orphanage. I see, you have no family so you joined the military. That's how it is. I'm not seen as a soldier, I'm being treated like a kid. Well actually, I am a kid. We're more than enough, we can do our job, so just let this child go. I've heard that Medic First Class Touri is an excellent user of healing magic. With her help, I'm sure many lives will be saved. Isn't that the true purpose of a medical professional? But the Major has already given the order. Touri doesn't have the right to refuse. The atmosphere here reminded me somewhat of the people at the field hospital. He is a good person at heart and has a very gentle aura. It may be true what Senior Gray said, talent in healing arts is more likely to manifest in people with kind personalities. Following that logic, it wouldn't be a surprise if Rodri also manifested it. Damn, I get it. But if it gets dangerous, make sure you evacuate her first, soldier. Don't worry, little Touri. We'll protect you if anything happens. No, well, I'm a soldier, so I should be the one protecting you. No, you're still so young. Dangerous things are the job of adults. Pushed by their unyielding energy, I was appointed as the medical headquarters pet. No, I did help out with transporting supplies and the like, but that's just how I feel about the way I was treated. I was praised at every opportunity, given candy, and pampered. Even though I've been working as a medic on the front line for about half a year now. Well, I guess I'm no more than a kid compared to their long medical experience. So, can you actually use healing magic, little Touri? Yes, Mr. Kumar. I can use it up to 5 times in a row. Wow, that's amazing for your age. Incidentally, the man with the large beard was really named Mr. Kumar. Luma means bear in Japanese. His real name is apparently Tokuma, but he is nicknamed Mr. Kumar because of his appearance. Well, I'll ask you to help me out from time to time. Just don't push yourself too hard. Yes, I understand. If there's anything you don't understand, please feel free to ask. It's for the sake of the patients. He is the de facto leader of the medical headquarters and a walking encyclopedia who has led medical care in Marshdale for over 30 years. There is at least one superstar in every big city who has a nationally designated medical doctorate, and that was him. The average number of healing spells a medic casts is 4 to 5. I recently achieved this number of consecutive uses, which is also a requirement for being appointed as a first-class medic. Most medics take 6 months to a year to reach the rank of medic first class. And once you become a first-class medic, you're finally considered a full-fledged soldier. It's like your training period is over. 4 consecutive uses is the bare minimum most first-class medics must be able to use. The amount of magical power varies greatly from person to person, but it seems that most people can use it up to 4 times. Talent plays a big part in being able to use it more than that. Some people can only use it 4 times no matter how hard they try. For those with talent, their number of uses go up the more they use. Heal. Apparently, high-ranking healers such as Head Medic Gale can use heal more than 10 times. Mr. Kumar can also use it more than 10 times in a row. He's a veteran among veterans and is probably a medic on the same level as Head Medic Gale. His specialty is infectious diseases rather than surgery. He has an impressive career history, having earned his medical doctorate through his involvement in the development of antibiotics. In praise of his skills, medical staff in Marshdale unanimously say, no healer can save a patient Mr. Kumar can't cure. Mr. Kumar readily agreed to remain on the dangerous front line and set up a medical headquarters, saying, if it's for my hometown. Major Renville said he never expected him to accept so easily. It was a pleasant surprise for him. When he announced the establishment of the medical headquarters, many of his followers rushed to the medical headquarters, saying that if Mr. Kumar stayed, they would stay too. This also shows how popular he is. Thanks to that, The medical headquarters were almost complete by the time I reached Marshdale. With just one word from Mr. Kumar, dozens of staff members, including 8 healers, decided to remain on the front lines, proving his reputation as the head of Marshdale Medical Center wasn't just for show. The lady who dotes on him despite his plumpness is Mr. Kumar's wife, and the people who remain behind at headquarters and work hard are his disciples and supporters. This medical headquarters is truly founded around him. Well, make sure you get plenty of rest tonight. And make sure you get plenty of nutrition. Yes. Well, let's do our best. We'll increase the soldiers' morale by letting them know we're here for them if they get injured. I think having Mr. Kumar in Marshdale was an unexpected stroke of luck for both myself and Austin. On the eve of the final battle, I was surrounded by kind people and was able to enjoy a brief moment of respite. Chapter 26. I finally enjoyed a long-awaited rest. Having become the medical headquarters pet, I was able to enjoy a peaceful night for the first time in several days that night. Being able to lie down and sleep is a wonderful thing. Even sleeping on a cloth is an unexpected blessing for a soldier. Given the speed of the enemy's advance, the offensive was expected to begin tomorrow morning. They are currently invading and taking control of neighboring villages. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm, but that night in Marshdale was shockingly quiet. Mr. Kumar, can I ask you something? What is it, little Touri? During this precious and peaceful time, I asked Mr. Kumar many questions. I thought I'd ask now rather than run into a panic when the time comes, not knowing what to do. Where should the bodies of those who died in the line of duty be taken? I plan to take them to the 2nd floor of this city hall. I'm thinking of covering their faces with pieces of paper with their names on them and lining them up on the desks. Mr. Kumar seemed to intend to lay the fallen soldiers on the desk and make sure their identities would be easily identified. Surely soldiers would be happy to be treated like that after they died. But that might be a little difficult. Why? If the fighting gets heated, there won't be time to carry the fallen soldier up to the 2nd floor. So, what do you propose we do? In the field hospitals, we would dig holes near the beds. We threw the bodies in and then brought in the newly wounded into the vacant beds. The field hospital immediately after a battle was a scene of chaos. It's like playing whack-a-mole and responding appropriately to patients whose conditions are suddenly deteriorating. That's true. Well, maybe they had no choice but to do that on the front lines. As the fighting intensified, we were unable to keep up with treating the wounded. In order to save as many lives as possible, we didn't want to waste time on those who died in the line of duty. This was by no means because the medics on the front lines were cold-hearted. On the contrary, they were the kindest people. However, this is precisely why we made living our top priority. When there's time, the method you mentioned is fine. However, it's not realistic during an emergency to carry a heavy body up to the 2nd floor. There is a storehouse on the 1st floor. I will get permission to use it, so how about we stack the bodies there? There's no time to dig a hole at this point. It'd be safer to just leave them lying around in the warehouse. If the field hospital's bedside attendant was there, he'd probably throw the bodies out the window. As long as someone's alive, we'll treat them as human beings, but once they're dead, we'll mercilessly treat them like objects. Do you think there will be that many deaths? Yes, that's unfortunately the case. Really, the current momentum of the Sabatian soldiers is truly remarkable. Even though it is a fortified city, it is hard to imagine that it could be defended unscathed. It was once said that Marshdale Fortress was impregnable. The times have changed. Fortresses were defensive structures that were considered effective in the era of bows and arrows and cavalry. It is not possible to jump over castle walls with a horse. Bows and arrows are ineffective against stone walls, and the castle walls are also magic resistant, so it took a considerable amount of time to destroy them. That's why Marshdale was once called an impregnable fortress. How long can we hold out with this small force? However, times have changed, and long-range attacks using gunpowder and heavy weapons have become mainstream. With the advent of gunpowder and grenades that could destroy fortresses, anyone, even non-mages, could destroy castle walls, so their value declined significantly. Furthermore, with the development of things like barbed wire and magic circles that explode when stepped on, even a simple dug trench can provide sufficient defensive capabilities. Although fortresses have large walls and therefore boast a certain degree of defensive capability, they are gradually losing their former usefulness. I understand your point, but please get permission for now. It's true that living people take top priority. Understood. Maybe Mr. Kumar never even imagined it. The sight of Sebastian soldiers charging into the city of Marshdale, and the mountains of corpses piled up haphazardly that were a daily occurrence at that field hospital. The next morning, around 5 a.m., I went outside the walls of Marshdale with several medical staff members. Outside Marshdale, there's a plain with sparse weeds and holes here and there, remnants of past wars. The ground is quite uneven, which also makes it difficult to advance. May I use this area? Yeah. We spread a large wrapping cloth on the slope of the uneven ground in a position that would make it difficult for the enemy to see us, and set up our tents. In addition, the medical headquarters flag was hung at the entrance to make it easy for the soldiers to identify. It's complete, the Frontline medical clinic. A medical headquarters has been set up inside Marshdale, but these beds are only for seriously ill patients. It is not efficient to retreat into the city every time there is a minor injury. So I proposed to set up a mobile clinic on the front lines that could treat minor injuries. Well, let's put the supplies here. Got it, little boss. Please just call me Touri. This base was named the Frontline Medical Clinic. As a soldier, I was put in charge of it. That being said, I am the lowest ranking medical personnel here. Of course, I work hard, but I am only in charge in name only. If you ask me what my main role is, it is to identify seriously injured people who are difficult to treat and triage them, deciding whether to send them to the rear or treat them on the front lines. I'm familiar with seeing bullet wounds, burns, and other traumatic injuries unique to the battlefield. I thought I'd be able to triage them most accurately here. Kale, you need to speak respectfully. Miss Touri is your superior after all. That's true. I would rather have a cute boss like her than my current boss, Orphan. He's a hard ass. It's a job where people's lives are at stake, so it's normal for his guidance to be strict. No, that's just a stress reliever for him. A young doctor named Kale accompanied me to the front lines while complaining about his superior with a relaxed look on his face. Since the fighting hasn't started yet, there's still time for such jokes. The enemy was expected to attack in the morning, but they remained stationed at a distance and showed no signs of moving. It was as if they were taking a rest. I wish I could have shot a gun. I'll blow away the enemies that have come all the way here. It would be difficult for an amateur to handle a gun. But you know what? We have plenty of spare guns, right? They should give us some. It's not that we have a surplus of guns. It's more accurate to say that we don't have enough soldiers. Also, we're in the medical department, so military rules prohibit us from using guns. The young doctor spoke in a light-hearted manner, as if he were playing a game. I remember this atmosphere. It was just like when I was asked to join the military, where I immediately agreed. Remember that we're stationed in a dangerous place. What do you mean dangerous? Aren't we in the rear? He was enthusiastic for reason and wanted to be stationed on the front lines even though most people are reluctant to be deployed in such a dangerous place. Furthermore, Mr. Kumar was angry about young people such as myself being sent to the front line. He raised a fuss saying, "How dare you send children to the front line?" Lieutenant Arya insisted that this was the optimal formation. But it made sense for the younger generation to be in charge of treating minor cases. Even though we're on the front lines, we're stationed at the very rear of the battlefield. As someone who used to run on the front lines on my platoon leader's back, I feel a little sorry for my platoon mates because this is such a safe position. Well, nice to meet you, little boss. Likewise. We'll do our best, so please count on us. Thank you. Like me, the nurses and doctors deployed to the front lines were mostly young people. The young, fresh nurses were surrounding the relaxed doctor, who appears to be in his 20s, and were chatting away. Well then, we still have a while before the enemy invades. For now, please conserve your strength. Yes. This is the result of selecting an age group that is physically strong. Mr. Kumar is a fat, sturdy middle-aged man who runs out of breath after running 100 meters. When the front line is breached and retreat is necessary, if you do not have enough physical strength, you risk losing your life. What if the enemy gets this far? Ha ha ha, even though I look like this, I was a football player. I'll be the first to escape. Well, just because I said that doesn't mean you should run off on your own, Kale. Ahahaha. I was worried that there was no sense of tension despite the upcoming battle, but I decided to ignore it. It seemed like the kind of joke soldiers make to hide their fear. Furthermore, if the Sebastian soldiers were to reach this far, it would mean our total annihilation. Rather than making them run away in fear that they might be killed, it's better to let them stay optimistic. Same day, just after noon. Now rested and refreshed, the Sebastian soldiers let out a battle cry and began their invasion of the fortress city of Marshdale. We decide to resist by barricading ourselves in the redoubt. Marshdale's walls are probably not strong enough to withstand modern artillery magic. We'll be defeated if all 3 forts are taken and the Marshdale's walls collapse due to artillery fire. If the war were to shift to urban combat, we would have no choice but to focus on buying time to allow as many allies as possible to withdraw. Is everyone in the Garbak platoon safe? If someone I knew like Rodri, Senior Allen, or Corporal Verdi were brought to this frontline medical clinic with fatal injuries, would I be able to respond calmly? I need to be prepared. Don't let your personal feelings get the better of you. It's incredibly selfish to attempt to save someone's life when they are on the verge of death and there is no hope of survival. This would mean resources would be diverted elsewhere and lives that could be saved would be lost. Even if Rodri was brought in groaning with burns all over his body, I must remain cold-hearted and throw him out of the clinic to die. Until the moment Rodri takes his last breath, I wouldn't be able to spend even a moment for him. I felt a sour taste in my stomach rise up. Just thinking about it makes me want to throw up. However, as the only medic here who has experienced the battlefield, I have to make such a decision. This is all to avoid losing this war and to save as many of our allies as possible. Oh, what's the matter, little boss? If you're still scared, how about you go back into the city? No, I was just preparing myself. Don't worry. Yeah, it's scary after all. You're still a child. My face turned pale as soon as the battle started. The staff surrounded me with worried looks on their faces. This isn't acceptable. What good is a superior officer who makes those around them feel uneasy? Platoon leader Garbak remained calm at all times. His face didn't change even when his innards were being handled. The platoon leader's expression never changed, which was a bit frightening. On the other hand, he's also very reliable. Maybe that's why he always had a sullen face and is so overbearing. Don't push yourself. If you get scared, you can run back to headquarters. You're still the youngest here, after all. No, it's really okay. Turning to the healers who were watching me with worried looks, I replied with a vague smile. Even if I can't imitate platoon leader Garbak, I'll at least try to fulfill my responsibilities as the leader. What I'm most afraid of isn't being killed by the enemy, but the death of my dear comrades. The thought of that terrifies me. I see. The sound of explosions began to ring out on the front lines at Marshdale as we finished our conversation. Chapter 27. Defense of Marshdale, Day 1. The hold-up Austin's soldier surprisingly put up a good fight. Although it was a clean fight, we have the defenders' advantage. A fort is like a high trench. The defenders just have to hide in the fort and keep shooting at the approaching enemy. Fortunately, although Marshdale has few soldiers, it has plenty of guns and ammunition, so there is no need to worry about running out of ammunition. The interception carried out using abundant resources left many Sebastian corpses piled up on the plain. Now that the surprise element of the Sylph offensive has been lost, the defenders have an overwhelming advantage, despite the difference in military strength. Even more fortunately, it is unclear whether the enemy was unable to supply sufficient magic stones or whether they were underestimating magical attacks due to the success of the Sylph offensive, but they charged towards the fort without launching any prior magical bombardment. Perhaps the enemy's frontline commanders were unaware that we were establishing defensive positions at Marshdale. As a result, the unscathed Austin Defense Forces held out for more than half a day, keeping enemy forces at bay. Eventually, realizing that a forceful attack would be ineffective, the enemy withdrew before sunset. Day 1 was a complete victory for Austin. The enemy's charge that day was so careless that it was mocked as being a bunch of cocky fools looking to become targets. The city of Marshdale has been the site of many wars throughout history, yet it has never fallen. The citizens of Marshdale boasted that they had held enemy invasions for over 10 years and that no army was capable of taking the city. This city, known for being impregnable, was a symbol of hope for the people of Austin. That is why the soldiers' morale was high and they performed better than usual. Built over 100 years ago, the fortress still stands majestic today and its defensive capabilities live up to its reputation. My arm. It's okay. I'll treat you right away. Please go to the emergency room in the back. Although today's battle was in Austin's favor, wounded allies continued to be brought in one after another. Unlike the front lines, where people are celebrating the victory, the field hospital is in the midst of the usual pandemonium. Patients were brought in one after another, some of whom had been injured in the firefight across the fort, some who had been hit by grenades, some who had been injured in accidental explosions, and some who had fallen. It's a compound fracture of the pelvis. We can't treat that here. Well, let's have him seen on the hospital bed inside. Please transport him to medical headquarters. Don't move your body too much. You'll start bleeding. Just because the battle situation is favorable does not mean that the number of casualties are low. In fact, it is because they are fighting well that there are more cases where injured people are able to withdraw safely. Though, this is a good thing, of course. If we can save them, we will be able to fight for a longer period of time. Little boss, I'm hungry. I don't even have time to eat. Please eat some rations while you treat him. Your magical power will not recover as quickly if you don't eat properly. Am I a magic tank or something? It's important to ensure adequate nutrition despite the harsh conditions. For a medic, magical power is the most important military resource. I, too, am working while licking the candy that the old man gave me. This person also needs healing magic. I will provide an elixir. Please treat him. Again. Oh, please make sure to write down the time you took the potion. If you don't wait at least 3 hours before using it again, something terrible will happen. I warned the young doctor, Kale, as I handed him the paper and opened a bottle of the elixir. It was good that there were plenty of supplies in Marshdale. Having a supply of elixirs makes a huge difference in efficiency. Boss. Isn't this a strong medicine that you can only drink 1 bottle a day? It seems that you can use it as long as you wait 3 hours. Rather, if you don't use it, we can't work. Can I ask about side effects? It's better not to ask. What we have to do won't change whether you ask or not. Did I perhaps draw an extremely short straw? You just realized. I assumed this was the case since he willingly volunteered to go to the front lines, but it seems he was originally optimistic about the nature of the work. Frontline medics are in a position that requires them to work 3 or 4 days in a row, providing treatment while being heavily medicated. There is no way they can take a break. The speed at which they can heal directly affects the speed at which our fighting forces are replenished. You got plenty of sleep last night. Please don't complain if you can't sleep for the next 3 or 4 days. That's what happens when you volunteer for the front lines. Usually only suicidal people or masochists volunteer. You're kidding. His face went white as he realized I wasn't joking. It's for this reason that physical strength is essential on the front lines. It's better than having your life in danger. Much better than being forced to run in the front lines. There are worse places to work than this. For the past 6 months, I have been constantly made to run by my platoon leader. All of this was training to improve my physical strength. The platoon leader made physical training my #1 priority. The most traumatic memory in recent memory is having him yell at me, saying, "This is what you lack most right now, and what you need most at the same time," while making me run a marathon fully equipped until I was vomiting blood. However, without that training, I wouldn't have been successful in retreating to Marshdale. In order to survive on the battlefield, stamina and vitality are more important than anything else. I'll take one next. I'll have a bottle of medicine. Oh, didn't you drink one earlier? It's fine. I'm still young and my organs are fine. The young doctor looks at me with terrified eyes, but I don't care and gulp down the elixir in one go. It's true that taking too much medicine can make it harder for you to grow taller and can damage your liver, so you should be careful. However, if there are not enough soldiers and the front lines are defeated, your life will be lost. So, being a little reckless is unavoidable. Gale also said so. Okay, I get it. I'll do it too. Thank you for your cooperation. Seeing that I had calmly resumed my treatment, he seemed to have made up his mind and drank the whole bottle in one gulp. I'm glad. This medicine contains alcohol, so it has a slight mood-elevating side effect. All right, in that case, bring me any number of patients and any number of bottles of medicine. I'll deal with them all. I'm counting on you. Once they start drinking, they won't hesitate to ask for a refill next time. It is said that the excitement is so high that people often feel a rush of euphoria after drinking it. Some medics even drink it as a leisure item during night shifts. Fortunately or unfortunately, my mood doesn't change much. Maybe I have a high tolerance for alcohol. Thus, the first day of the battle passed by as we were busy treating patients with minor injuries until the sun went down. Fortunately, no members of Garbak platoon were carried in. I heard today that there were almost no casualties, so I'm sure everyone survived. Is the fighting over? They were brought here because the fighting finished today. At night, the frontline clinic was bustling as usual. Wounded soldiers who had been busy defending the fort during the day and were unable to leave came for treatment as the enemy retreated. It would be dangerous if bacteria got into your body, so I'll prescribe some medicine. Please take it for 3 days. Got it, little doctor. We are the only ones here at this forward medical clinic in Marshdale. Although I often refer them to the central medical headquarters, they're still very busy. I'm so sleepy. If it's too hard for you, you can take a nap. I'll take care of things in the meantime. That's not something an adult can do. Well then, please continue. I'm used to staying up all night, so I had no problems, but the young medic was already feeling dizzy. This is what it was like for me when I wasn't used to staying up all night. If we work a little harder, the stream of injured people coming in will eventually come to an end. We just need to be patient until then. Yes. Luckily, I got about 2 hours of sleep that night. By around 3 a.m., the patients stopped coming, and I was able to get some rest. It's a miracle I was able to sleep at all the night after a battle. This shows that Austin had the upper hand on the first day. Unfortunately, from the second day onwards, the enemy began to launch a serious offensive. Hide. Don't take a direct hit from the blast. The fort has been destroyed and our comrades buried alive. The Sabatian soldiers conducted a magical pre-bombardment of their trenches for several hours, as was standard practice. They would weaken the defenders in the trenches first, then charge in and overwhelm them. This was a basic tactic that had been used countless times on the Western Front. The enemy is charging in, fire back. Lieutenant Aria's magical unit fought back, but the difference in strength was too great. In stark contrast to the first day, our Austin army had a tough time. The usual hell began to spread to the fort, with soldiers covering their heads with the bodies of their comrades to survive the blast. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. From the second day, when the enemy began their magic attacks, the number of casualties on our side increased dramatically. From the morning onwards, the frontline medical clinic was busy treating the wounded soldiers until it was almost overloaded. Intraperitoneal bleeding. Shit, get them to HQ right now. Yes, doctor. The number of seriously injured people being brought in increased drastically. We had to choose which lives to save. Doctor, the patient's breathing is shallow. That person won't last much longer. Please be there for him. After all, people who could not be saved were starting to be transported along with the injured. Several hours had passed since the battle began. What? Hey, you. As I was performing triage, I suddenly heard a startled cry from the doctor behind me. It's hot. It hurts. Help me. Wait, I'm in the middle of treating someone. He turned around and saw that a soldier had grabbed him by the arm, having cut in line, ignoring the queue of patients. The soldier, out of breath, approaches the doctor and hugs him. I'm gonna die. Ah, well, there's an order for treatment. Help me. Most of the wounded soldier's face was covered in melted red skin. His cheeks were white and his eyes were dim and pale. The upper half of his body was pure white and covered in blisters, flaking off like charcoal in places. The doctors and nurses were frozen in place by the horrific extent of the person's burns. Help me. Is this the first time that Kale has seen someone so seriously injured? When he saw the patient with severe burns all over his body, he completely froze. No, if Kale, the main doctor here, becomes paralyzed, things will come to a halt. It's okay, soldier. Come over here and I'll give you some medicine. I dropped everything and quickly pulled the wounded soldier into my arms. The skin on the wounded soldier's arm slipped away as I grabbed him. A thin, yellow liquid ran down my gloves. Wah! Please stay still. Then I embraced the wounded soldier's face and brought the medicine I had prepared beforehand by dissolving it in water into a syringe. At the same time, I give the young doctor a look to continue with his current treatment. I've survived, all of this time. I see. I don't want to die in a place like this. I don't want to die. Not like this. It's okay. Please calm down and take deep breaths. I still have reasons I need to survive. Burn symptoms vary depending on the severity. If the skin is dark red, they still have feeling. Pale or charred skin won't feel pain. I want to be with her. I want to see her again. I can't die like this. I want to hold her again. This means that hugging bright blue skin won't hurt the patient. While holding the sobbing soldier in my arms, I slowly dropped the medicine into his mouth. It's all right. Please just sleep comfortably. After I filled the soldier's mouth with the syringe, his eyes began to become vacant. Soon the wounded soldier's breathing became shallow, and he began snoring. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. Just have a good night's sleep. Yes, Eventually, he collapsed in my arms. His breathing became shallow and faint. Nurse, take this person to the designated place. You mean? Take care of him during his final moments. The medicine I gave him was a very strong sleeping agent. The extent of his burns made any attempt to save his life difficult. It would be easier if he could pass away without feeling any pain. This means that other patients often come in during treatment. If the procedure is not completed as quickly as possible, it will delay the treatment of other patients. However, responding too coldly will not only cause the patient to panic, but it will also affect the morale of the soldiers on the front lines. Next patient, please. So I responded calmly, just as I did earlier. It may seem cold-hearted, but we have to do whatever it takes to ensure smooth medical care. Treatment varies from person to person, but when they can no longer be saved, administering a sedative is the smoothest approach. Sorry, little boss. I dumped a tough job on you. Please call me Touri. No matter how many times I experience it, I still feel the same thing. I can never get used to holding a dying patient. The sensation of holding the cold, rigid soldier as life drained from his body remains etched in my mind. Chapter 28. Evening of the Defense of Marshdale, Day 2. The explosions have stopped. Looks like it's over for today. The enemy Sabatian forces were unable to break through the Marshdale fort today and retreated. The Marshdale front, commanded by Major Renville, succeeded in intercepting the enemy on the second day with far fewer troops than the enemy. What is the estimated damage? The medical department alone has cared for over 100 people. The big difference from the first day was that Austin soldiers also suffered heavy damage. Long-range magical bombardment is the most effective attack against trenches and fortified defenders. No matter how strong your defensive magic is, there's no way to survive if you're buried alive under a collapsing bastion. If this keeps up, the fort might fall tomorrow. The biggest problem is that part of the fort was damaged in today's enemy offensive. At the front line, trenches are being hastily dug in the damaged areas, but it is unclear whether they will be completed in time for tomorrow. In the first place, it's unclear whether the enemy will wait until tomorrow. There's a possibility that they'll launch a night attack without delay. More importantly, why did they pull out today? For the Sabbath, there's probably no need to finish the attack today. It's obvious from our interception that we only have a few remaining troops. So they want to win slowly and surely? Yes. This is a battle we have no chance of winning to begin with. It will be enough if we can buy time for the evacuees and the transport of supplies. The Sabbath have no time limit when it comes to conquering Marshdale. In fact, taking plenty of time will give them an advantage as supplies will arrive from their rear. They've pretty much already won the war. Their goal now is to occupy a weakened Austin, taking as little damage as possible. That's why they retreated today with ease. I never imagined the day would come when Marshdale would fall. I feel the same way. What do you think would happen late if you aren't able to escape in time and get captured by the enemy? They'll probably torture me to death. The Sabatian soldiers' hatred runs deep and strong. They hate us just as fiercely as we hate them. That's why it's not hard to imagine that if we were caught, we would be subjected to inhumane viciousness in the name of retribution. This person is also at the end of their life. Please carry them outside. The smell of rotting flesh filled the air at the Frontline clinic. Our cloths are completely stained with blood. But there is no time to change or rest. There are too few healers compared to the number of injured. Doctor, my finger got blown off. Unfortunately, it's impossible to reattach it. We will stop the bleeding as much as we can. My back's been burned. It hurts so much. It's okay, you won't die. Nurse, please put some ointment on him. As expected, the field hospital is like a scene of hell. It's only the second day after pulling an all-nighter, so I have plenty of energy, but I'm worried about the young doctor, Kale. Since he has been working without any breaks, he's showing signs of sleep deprivation. His eyes are becoming hollow as he remains conscious. Doctor, the next patient is here. Oh, bring them in quickly. At this rate, I expect him to collapse like a puppet with its string cut. If that happens, I'll have to do this on my own. I need to use healing magic. Medicine, and... Oh, but didn't you drink some earlier? I'm still young, and my organs are healthy. Before I knew it, Kale looked intoxicated. I miss those cloudy eyes. It's pretty easy to get high when you drink the elixir for the first time. One of my former colleagues once said that the first time he drank the medicine, he was so energized that he couldn't sleep for a week. Ahahaha, I feel great. Fantastic. Touri, are you sure this medicine is okay? It should be fine. The potion seems to contain stimulants as well as steroids, alcohol, and various other things. According to the standards in my previous life, such a thing would definitely be out of the question. Still, it's extremely useful in places like this where you have to work beyond your limits. If there was something I had to complain about, it would be that I haven't grown any taller since I started drinking this medicine. If I'm not in high spirits like this, I'll be consumed by fear. We'll probably be up all night. In fact, there's a good chance we won't be able to sleep until the end of the battle. In that case, it would be better if they got a little intoxicated and worked to their limits. Corporal Verdi. Cough. Please transport this person to the medical headquarters in the city right away. Incidentally, on that day Corporal Verdi was brought in with very serious injuries, which made me panic a bit. It looked like he could be saved if they tried hard at the medical headquarters in the city, so they rushed him there. Are Rodri and Senior Alan safe? Platoon leader Garbak, he probably won't die anyway. Even if he was fatally wounded, he'd probably walk away with a straight face. It's a pulmonary embolism. Hurry and get him there. Corporal Verdi apparently survived thanks to the desperate medical treatment provided by Mr. Kumar at headquarters. However, it seems he will not be able to return to the field for another week, effectively retiring. I don't think Marshdale will last even a week. Later at night. I'm here to help. Lieutenant Arya. While Kale and I, feeling pretty good, were continuing the treatment with a strange sense of euphoria, help showed up. It was none other than Lieutenant Arya. I originally wanted to be a nurse. Leave the first aid to me. Oh, is that so? If I didn't have an aptitude for artillery magic, I would be in the medical department right now. Lieutenant Arya originally hoped to serve in the rearguard as a medical officer. However, when her aptitude was tested at the military academy, she was found to be extremely suited to artillery magic. As a result, she decided to pursue the path of a mage and gave up her dream of becoming a nurse. Artillery mages are as rare as medics. There is no room for them to be idle. Also, how is Verdi's condition? It was pretty bad, but I think it was a relief that he was brought in early. Lieutenant Aria came to ask about Corporal Verdi's condition. She was probably worried because he was her cousin. That's good. Also, was a mage named Dalet brought here during the day? A mage? I'm sorry, I neglected to check the branch of the military a patient is in when they're being treated. No, it's fine. I was just a little worried about his condition. While helping out, Lieutenant Aria asked me a number of questions. Maybe she was worried about a friend and came to visit to ask if she could help. Was Mr. Dalet one of Lieutenant Aria's subordinates? Ah, they're a member of my mage squadron. I was late in deciding to retreat, and got caught up in enemy bombardment. In that case, Lieutenant, this is merely a medical clinic. There are hospital beds set up within the Marshdale City Hall and any seriously ill patients will be taken there. If you are worried, why don't you go to the hospital bed? No. I was just wondering. This isn't the time to be visiting him. The lieutenant somberly shook her head and started to help treat the wounded. It seems she came to visit and help with the treatment. Either way, having even one more nurse is an enormous help. If Lieutenant Aria says it's fine, I'm grateful for her help. Doctor, someone collapsed in the queue waiting for treatment. What's the triage tag? Red. Handle their end-of-life care. Triage refers to the act of tagging patients according to the severity of their condition. The red tag means the condition is so severe that death is expected if immediate intensive care is not administered. In other words, these are people whose lives may or may not be saved even with the best treatment possible. Was the patient with a red triage tag left waiting in line? Yes. Red-tagged patients still have to wait in line. In a normal hospital, the red triage tag indicates people who need urgent care. However, on the battlefield, these are patients for whom it is not cost-effective to help. Therefore, I decided to abandon patients who were in the red triage category rather than transporting them into the city at my own discretion. What about those who died in the line of duty? They're lined up along the city wall. The best way to dispose of a body would be to dig a hole beforehand and place the body in it so that it would be easier to burn and bury, but we didn't have the time to do that. Many fallen comrades are left carelessly lying on the ground. It is likely that after Marshdale is occupied by Sabatian soldiers, they will be left exposed to the elements without any memorial service. If possible, we, as their compatriots, would like to bury them with our own hands, but we simply do not have the means to do so. I understand. Lieutenant Aria remained silent as she carried the fallen soldier's body away. It was me who made the decision to mark the body with the red triage tag and leave them to die. Just today, I have abandoned over 100 such people and sent them to their deaths. I don't think I'll be able to go to heaven when I die. Lieutenant. Ah, no way. When she returned from the morgue, Lieutenant Aria was in tears. She looked somewhat haggard. Perhaps. Yeah. He was there. Seeing her like that, I realized something. What had become of the subordinate she was worried about? I didn't think he would be saved, but seeing it with my own eyes. Lieutenant Aria, is this the first time you've lost a subordinate? No. I've been on the battlefield for a long time. I've lost subordinates countless times. It seems that Lieutenant Aria's subordinates were also wearing red triage tags. I was the one who decided to abandon him because of the severity of his condition. Lieutenant Aria wanted to become a nurse. Of course, she probably understands what red triage means. And she knows who was doing the triage at this Frontline clinic. I guess this is the first time I've lost a lover. It seemed that Lieutenant Aria's lover had been abandoned by me. I have a rough personality. Not many men approach me. It doesn't seem like that. I usually act a lot more arrogant, you know? Once you reach the position of lieutenant, you need to be dignified. Your ability to command your subordinates is directly connected to the survival rate of your unit. The lieutenant laughed weakly and sat down next to me. She then helped me bandage the patient groaning in front of me. The job of a leader is to be feared and respected. Many of my subordinates dislike me, thinking that I am just riding on my father's coattails. But Dalit was like a puppy. No matter how much I yelled at him, he just kept hopping around me. I didn't pay him any attention at first, but he got so attached to me that I grew fond of him. Before I knew it, we had that kind of relationship. Lieutenant Arya didn't show any signs of resenting me. She simply spoke of her memories with his lover in a self-deprecating tone. I knew what kind of place the battlefield is. It's not a place where you should fall in love. Yes. It was my mistake. In my haste to support the frontline soldiers, my company ended up within range of enemy artillery fire. As a result, Dalit was hit directly by the enemy's artillery magic while chanting. Even I knew he wouldn't survive. Come to think of it, I remembered. Someone had sustained burns all over his body from the tremendous firepower, and the doctors who were unable to do anything to save him just watched over him until he died. Well, maybe I was the one who took care of Mr. Dalit in the end. He was in such a condition that it was difficult to save his life, so… Oh, don't worry. It was my error of judgment that caused us to be bombed. You don't need to worry about anything. Just to stop him from making a fuss, I emotionlessly sedated him and knocked him unconscious. No one even listened to the final words that Mr. Dalit tried to say. Thank you for looking after him until the end. After saying those words, the lieutenant remained silent. After that, Lieutenant Arya continued to help us with our medical work until late into the night. Lieutenant. Yes. Was this her form of atonement? Or maybe she was just helping out because she didn't want to think about it. It's already past midnight. Lieutenant, you should rest to prepare for tomorrow's battle. I see. Is it that late already? In the end, Lieutenant Arya continued assisting in the medical clinic late into the night. Chapter 29. Defense of Marshdale, Day 3. The enemy took their time in the morning to launch a preliminary magical attack before charging in. It seems that they are not planning on using any unusual tactics, but rather will be sticking to it by the books. The fortress of Marshdale. The young doctor was stunned, gazing at the collapsed fortress in the distance. After artillery bombardment from the Sabbath, the outermost wall was almost completely destroyed. In such a state, it can no longer function as a wall to stop bullets. Which means, it's only the third day, and one bastion has already fallen. This marks our first defeat. The war has only just begun, so is it okay for a fort to fall? I can't say it's okay, but let's take it as a relief that no one on our side was harmed. Fortunately, there are no troops defending the redoubt, which the Sabbath forces are desperately bombarding. That day, immediately after enemy artillery fire began, Major Renville had already notified his allies to abandon the outermost redoubt. In other words, enemy soldiers continued to bombard the empty fort with no defenders for more than half a day. This forces the enemy to waste resources without causing any harm to our allies. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a tactical victory for Major Renville. Little boss, aren't you afraid? Won't the enemy charge at us the moment we withdraw our troops? I don't think they will. The enemy doesn't need to take such risks. They can meticulously occupy the stronghold through magical attacks without casualties. Well, I guess that's what I would do too. It's the least risky move. From the enemy's perspective, what they have to do remains the same whether there are defensive forces or not. Just in case, they just have to launch a careful and honest pre-bombardment. This is the most reliable method and leads to the least amount of friendly casualties. And perhaps they feel no need to preserve military supplies since they've established a supply line. Magic stones for bombardment are only valuable during wartime. There's no need to have magic stones left over when the war ends. This battle won't decide the outcome of the war. The moment the Western Front was breached, the outcome was already decided. It is possible that Major Renville has a secret plan to turn the situation around, but if we think about it logically, this defense of Marshdale is nothing more than a last-ditch effort on our part. That's why the Sabatian soldiers use the resources without reserve. They would rather use everything they have at their disposal to bring the situation to a safe conclusion than suffer unnecessary damage during our desperate struggle. It's really falling, and the political value of capturing Marshdale is quite great. Marshdale truly serves as Austin's spiritual support. If they capture Marshdale, which has long been touted by Austin's people as impregnable, they can break the spirit of the nation's people. Citizens with broken spirits are easier to govern for invaders. If you're careless and end up being captured, you'll suffer a terrible fate. It seems that Sabatian soldiers show no mercy to even women and children. The invaders must use military force to subdue us. The fall of Marshdale is an ideal opportunity to achieve this. Therefore, they will likely spare no effort in spending their resources to ensure that Marshdale is conquered. The third day ended with the enemy securing the outermost bastion. This was a predictable outcome for both sides. Austin dodged the enemy artillery fire without any friendly casualties, and the Sabbath captured the Marshdale redoubt without any casualties. This leaves only 2 forts remaining in Marshdale. If we don't take into account the careless charge on the first day, a bastion would be captured every 2 days at this rate. If things continue like this, Marshdale will fall within the next week. Maybe. Just how far does Major Renville understand the state of the battle? If we're fighting hard to buy time for residents to evacuate, are we being sacrificed here? Or is he persisting because he still believes he has some chance of winning? Isn't this a losing battle? Shouldn't we just give up? The government is probably considering unconditional surrender as well. I want them to hurry up and kneel down before the enemy's diplomats. It would be a waste to waste our lives until they surrender, wouldn't it? People are dying in vain. No, there's great meaning to this. The young doctor, Cale, began speaking in a manner reminiscent of his former bedside man. Looking back now, I think it would have been much better if we had just surrendered earlier. Even if we hadn't surrendered, if we were successful in negotiating peace, Noel would not have been burned. We're risking our lives to protect the people in the rear. If our sacrifice saves lives, then I believe this battle will have been meaningful. I guess that's true. Now we're fighting to prevent more villages from ending up like Noel. Until the day the government finally decides to beg the Sabbath Federation for mercy, we will protect as many civilians as possible. That's the decision the military made. So, if something happens, please leave me behind and run away, Cale. I can't do that. You're younger than me. This is the role of a soldier. Evacuation orders will be issued for you, a civilian collaborator, before me, military personnel. When that time comes, please don't hesitate and lose your life in vain. My family's gone and I've lost my hometown, Noel. All I have left is the title of soldier and the comrades I met in the Garbak platoon. When the war ends, I have nowhere to go back to. Even if I die, there's hardly anyone who'll be sad about it. Hey now. I'm an orphan, and the orphanage I grew up in was burned down. At the very least, I'm in a lighter position than you. Rodri would probably be sad if I died, but I'm sure he'd quickly get over it and carry on. That was the final lesson we learned from the late Senior Grey. Don't ever say something like that again, little boss. It makes me feel sick. Sorry. However, it may have been rude to say in front of the medic, no one will be sad if I die. Cale was clearly angry when he heard what I flippantly said. Of course he was. I'm sure I'd feel uncomfortable if a patient I were trying to save said something like that to me. I had a slip of the tongue. I won't say something like that again and apologize. Hey, little boss. This isn't just my personal opinion, but common sense. Yes. If a 15-year-old girl who says, no one will be sad if I die, dies in a war, most adults will be heartbroken. Remember that very well. Those words made me realize that I had been unconsciously taking my own life lightly. I'm not saying that losing my life in the Battle of Marshdale would be meaningless. However, that doesn't mean I should treat my own life carelessly. I'm sorry, Cale. Our lives are built on many sacrifices. My life was one that had been supported and saved by so many people, including Salsa, Senior Grey, and Rodri. I was being naive, I'm sorry. I have to live. Even if I don't have a family, I can't just die. I need to repay the people who have helped me until now. That's the only way I can atone for my fallen comrades. It's been 2 days since the first bastion fell. The capture of the second layer of Marshdale's fortifications began with a magical bombardment from the enemy. The fact that there was a day between attacks suggests that the enemy's supplies hadn't arrived. So they waited for the magic stones to arrive before resuming their attack. The Sabbath side seems to be planning to capture Marshdale with as little damage as possible. There is no way for infantry to counter long-range magical attacks. All we could do was hide in the shadows, trembling, and praying to God that no artillery fire would come our way. Despite how old its walls are, Marshdale was once said to be impregnable. The enemy isn't underestimating us and is attacking steadily. Has the government announced its surrender yet? It's been almost 2 weeks since the collapse of the Western Front. With the current state of affairs, it wouldn't be a surprise if a statement was made soon. I hope it's enacted before this place falls. Maybe the government is trying to be more aggressive and negotiate a peace agreement rather than an unconditional surrender. If we surrender unconditionally, this land will become a colony, and we Austin citizens will become slaves to the Sabbath. In order to avoid this, they are currently negotiating to somehow maintain their country and territory. Could this be the reason why the end of the war was delayed? There's still very little damage in the south, right? Can't they send relief from there? If we did that, the safe cities in the south would be burned down and Austin would be finished. I think we would have to cede most of our territory to them, other than the southern cities, in order to make peace. The only part of Austin that escaped the fighting was the southern front, which did not take part in the Sylph offensive. At that time, I didn't understand why the enemy did not launch an offensive on the southern front. I never thought the enemy general would refuse the order to attack. I thought that perhaps they were afraid to attack on all fronts, or that the south was deliberately left alone because it lacked resources. The fact that we've been able to maintain the southern cities is our only hope at present. If the government is aiming for peace, this will be the territory they'll be allowed to keep. Peace, Although southern cities lack resources, they still have military strength and their citizens are safe. This means that if a peace treaty is reached, it is also territory that Austin might be allowed to keep. That is why the leadership does not want to mobilize military forces from the south. Well, if we could make peace, that would be best. Unfortunately, I don't think it would be accepted with the current difference in military strength. Maybe Major Renville is planning to fight here to bring about peace. You mean we can stop the enemy's invasion here and bring about a peace agreement? Can we do that? I'm sorry, but I don't have much military knowledge, so I don't know. What's going on in Major Renville's mind is just my guess. In fact, if you ask me whether we can maintain the front line at Marshdale, I can only say that it's impossible. In the first place, all neighboring cities other than Marshdale have been breached. Only this area around Marshdale is holding back the enemy's advance, but it is unclear how much tactical value it has. This is not because our military strength is equal to that of the enemy and we are holding them back, but because we're simply buying time. If the time saved can help citizens escape, I think it's worth risking our lives. I wonder if the enemy will get tired of dealing with us and choose to bypass Marshdale. If they bypass Marshdale and leave it alone, we'll be able to attack the enemy's supply lines to our heart's content. They're not going to do us any favors like that. Right. One of the weaknesses of a fortress is that it is vulnerable to detours. Since ancient times, there have been many strategies to abandon cities with fortified walls and advance from other areas. However, if the Sabbath were to do that now, it would leave enemy forces behind the invasion line. If that happens, we will gladly launch a raid from Marshdale and attack the enemy's supply lines. If we do it well, we can prevent the enemy from continuing the fight by making it difficult to resupply, and even force them to retreat. Besides, I'm sure the enemy would like to plunder various things from Marshdale. From the enemy's point of view, Marshdale being a city must be attractive. Therefore, it is highly unlikely that the enemy will leave Marshdale alone. Since Austin soldiers are holed up here, they have to get serious about attacking. It seems likely that Major Renville also anticipated this and retreated to Marshdale. Excuse me, this is a communication call. Yes, I understand. Given that a day had passed, the enemy's magic attacks were, in a word, brutal. The frontline defense forces quickly suffered heavy losses and were forced to retreat. What's wrong, little boss? The Major has given the order to retreat. It looks like the second fort will also be abandoned. The Major ordered a retreat, as we would be annihilated if we continued to hold onto the fort. Has the fort fallen yet? We have also been ordered to retreat. It is too dangerous to continue working at the front line. In just one day, the second fort was taken. Now the only defenses left for us are the third layer of redoubts and the Marshdale walls. Although the defending side has the advantage in war, this is what happens when the difference in military strength is too great. According to documents from that time, there were several thousand Sabatian soldiers gathered near Marshdale. Marshdale's defensive strength at the time was only about 800 soldiers. Moreover, on the second day, they had lost 20 to 30% of their forces. In other words, at that time, we were attacked with a force that was nearly 10 times greater. Of course we couldn't win. In other words, it's come down to this. Yeah. Now that the second redoubt has fallen, we must abandon our current forward medical clinic. Soon, artillery spells and bullets will be flying at this location too. Urban warfare will break out in Marshdale. And once the third fort falls, the enemy will soon advance into the city in an attempt to annihilate us. The historic city of Marshdale will burn. At this point, the Austin military had no way to stop it. It was truly a relationship between hunter and prey. At that time, we all felt powerless. Will any sort of miracle happen? With this vague desire in my heart, all I could do was retreat into the city. Chapter 30. Defense of Marshdale, Day 7. 2 days have passed since myself, Kale, and the other young staff members retreated into the city. Our comrades are putting up a desperate resistance, but the situation is that they're heavily outnumbered. We tried our best to help everyone, but all the bastions have been captured. The enemy has already begun bombarding the city walls. Oh, this city won't last. On this day, the last redoubt was captured, and the city was finally within reach. And there was no military force anywhere that was strong enough to meet them head-on. It's a losing battle. This meant that the defeat of the Austin army at Marshdale was all but certain. The medical headquarters in town was filled with the stench of death. As a result of our withdrawal and the lack of triage on the front lines, large numbers of casualties began being brought in. Since there was no time to carefully arrange the overflowing pile of corpses, we just threw them into the storeroom on the first floor. This ended up being a mistake on my part. The smell of feces and rotting flesh from the piled-up bodies began to permeate through the headquarters. Tie the bodies with rope and stack them so they don't fall apart. On the western front, body fluids would seep into the earth and rotten flesh would be eaten by insects underground. At worst, we could just leave them there and they'd decompose. However, leaving so many corpses inside the room seemed to be a worse decision than I thought. Place the bodies of our comrades in places that block the back alleys. Yes. Support it with planks, and voila, the human barrier is complete. Major Renville gave the order to remove the bodies from the warehouse. He then gave instructions to pile up the corpses that were becoming stiff from rigor mortis to act as sandbags. There's a glaring shortage of walls in the city. We could use more sandbags. It also deodorizes the inside of the building, so it kills 2 birds with 1 stone. I often had to use the corpses of my allies as a shield to protect myself from arrows when I was younger. At the Major's instructions, the bodies were wrapped in cloth and haphazardly assembled. The wall of the city transforming into slimy, slippery flesh. Hiding behind the pile of corpses, several soldiers peeked out. My heart would burst if someone I loved was in there. The final battle is about to begin. Be prepared, Medic Touri. Yes, Major. Section. In the now deserted medical headquarters. I stood behind Major Renville, quietly surveying the city. Yesterday, the moment the last redoubt fell, Major Renville ordered the evacuation of all non-combatant personnel, including medical staff. The medical team, including Mr. Kumar, wounded soldiers who were unable to fight, and civilian volunteers who had stayed behind to transport supplies, were evacuated first. So, those remaining here. Lieutenant Arya. What is the status of the battle? It has been 3 hours since the enemy mages began bombarding us, and parts of the castle walls have collapsed, making it possible for them to invade. The damage is. The details are unclear, but it's pretty substantial. Very well. Abandon the city walls, withdraw into the city, and begin a delaying action. We must become soldiers prepared to die. Are you kidding me? Leave that child behind and run away? As expected, both the Tokumas made a big fuss when they found out I would be here. I bowed my head and tried to get them to understand. I'm a soldier. I can work through the night for 4 or 5 days. I'm confident that I can escape the enemy even if I stay here. The biggest difference between me, a soldier, and the civilian collaborators is physical strength. Although it has only been 6 months, I have endured platoon leader Garbak's hellish training and have become quite well trained. Especially when it comes to endurance running. Since I'm small and light, I can run quite well. If I wanted to, I could keep working for a few days, so I should stay behind. I will stay behind just in case something happens to the major. And perhaps, as always, my role is to be a first aid kit. I've been left behind to heal Major Renville if he's injured. However, unlike some platoon leaders, Major Renville's role is to stay at the rear. If things get dangerous, he'll be the first to retreat. I hope it doesn't come to that. I have a question, Major. How much time do you expect to gain in this delaying action? 1 day should be enough. We've bought ourselves a week, so the higher-ups won't complain if we run away now. At this time, several strategies the enemy might employ were being considered. The strategy that the enemy was likely to adopt was to not invade immediately after securing the walls, but to first bombard the city. By destroying the city, it will prevent us from launching guerrilla warfare. From Sabbath's perspective, this is the most reliable plan and will cause the fewest losses for them. If the enemy appeared to use this strategy, they planned to immediately abandon the city and withdraw. The purpose is to buy time from the start. If the enemy takes their time firing, then the objective's been achieved. The most troublesome situation is if the enemy comes in and takes control by sheer numbers. This is a case where artillery fire is not carried out within the city in order to seize buildings and supplies as they are. In this case, we have to engage in delaying actions to allow our allies to retreat. We must use up the allied forces that have managed to survive until today. Ideally, we want the enemy to take their time and fire their artillery at us. Section. Major, I have a report. About half a day had passed since the Sabbath's attack began. The enemy has invaded the castle walls. Really? Wishful thinking is often a deceptive thing. The report had barely finished when loud sounds of gunfire and war cries were heard coming from the direction of the castle walls. So they didn't fire artillery at us. Unfortunately, the enemy was not content with just securing the walls. They charged into the city. It seems Sabatian soldiers prefer guerrilla warfare. It seems my reading was wrong. Maybe the enemy is out of magic stones. Of course, we had made every possible preparation for the possibility of an enemy charge. Magic traps are set up all over the place. Soldiers are hiding in buildings ready to intercept them. However, they're still outnumbered. I don't believe we can stop the enemy's advance. Major, will you be evacuating immediately? No, I'll hold out until the very end. If the commander runs away first, it would lower the morale of his subordinates. The headquarters was located in the center of the city. The sounds of fire and explosions could be heard in the distance. A normal commander would be making plans to escape. Well, I'm sorry, young lady. At worst, you'll have to die here. The time you earn here is for the sake of Austin's future. Of course. If it comes down to it, I have no intention of running for my life. I had no idea what Major Renville was thinking. It seemed that he had some confidence and was biding his time in Marshdale. There are almost no people left in the spacious operations headquarters. Everyone who can fight has gone out and taken up positions. The only people in the headquarters now were old Major Renville, his 2 guards, and myself. I was once known as a fierce general. My name was Renville the War Axe, and I led a unit of heavy cavalry. I've heard of your bravery. Those were good times. The only weapons the enemy could throw at you were arrows and stones. If you could move around while wearing heavy armor, you were truly invincible. The major proudly began to tell a story from the past. I hear that the most enjoyable part of being a soldier is telling tales of heroism to their juniors. Among them all, I was the strongest. I had the physical strength to swing this big battle axe while wearing full plate gear. That's impressive. In those days, that was justice. The strong charged straight ahead and crushed the enemy. The ones who died on the battlefield were weak. The ones who fled were cowards. With that, the major grabbed the battle axe that was leaning against the wall with one hand and hoisted it onto his shoulder. If such unrefined weapons like guns had never appeared, wars would have been decided much sooner. You would defeat the enemy, corner them, force them to surrender, and then it would be over. I couldn't imagine people holed up in trenches for 10 years shooting each other up like they do now. And what's more, in a gunfight, it's not the strong, but the weak who take the brunt of the war. Rookie soldiers fire their guns on the front lines, while relics like us sit back and give orders. That's just twisted. Major Renville walks out with a somewhat lonely look on his face, carrying his axe. I followed the major accompanied by his guards. The orders from above are to buy as much time as possible. Apparently, they're using this time to prepare various diplomatic strategies. That is, are you sure it's okay for you to share that information with me? It's fine. You should know what you're risking your life for. The major laughed heartily while patting my head. I didn't want to give you any false hope. There's no hope for reinforcements or a desperate plan to turn things around. There's no such thing here in Marshdale. Yes, I did have a vague idea. If this city is taken, they will invade straight to the capital. We will die in order to buy time while the bigwigs in the capital panic. Oh, I see. But as soldiers, we can't run away. No matter how stupid an order may be, a subordinate acting on their own is the most shameful act for a soldier. Hearing what he said, I felt like I finally understood the major's true intentions. Well, that's not something I should be saying after abandoning the Western Front and fleeing. This person was not engaged in an endurance battle at Marshdale with any particular goal in mind. Major Renville was simply complying with the government's plea to somehow buy some time. Medics are the most useful soldiers on the battlefield. You guys can heal many infantrymen, so you're many times more valuable than a single infantryman. Thank you. I have high hopes for you, Medic First Class Touri. I am a soldier. No matter how stupid an order may seem, I must carry it out without question, even at the cost of my life. Follow your orders, work hard here, and die, young lady. At the very least, I won't be running away like a stingy fool. It's an honor for a soldier to die protecting civilians. Let's die here in style and add a bloody tribute at the end of this war. In other words, the reason I was left here was to act as a sacrificial pawn to buy time for our allies to retreat. Although Mr. Kumar treated me like a child, the Major seemed to treat me like a soldier. I agree, Major. I'm a cowardly person. To be honest, I don't want to die. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. However, even for me, it would be much more painful to run away and leave behind my comrades who are like my family. Even if I die here, I will certainly not bear any grudges against the Major. Is that so? Thanks. But just one thing. There's one thing I don't agree with him on. No matter what happens, I will never give up on my life. After all, I'm still a young girl. Ha ha ha. I see. That makes sense. Do your best, Medic First Class Touri. I have no intention of easily throwing away the life that has been saved by so many others. I will save as many of my comrades as possible, fight to the end, and then retreat in high spirits. That's the path I choose. Section. Let's go out as well. We'll fight back and retreat. Major Renville began to withdraw, keeping pace with our retreating allies. It is rare to see a commander who takes the lead and doesn't retreat. This is probably because he was an old-fashioned commander. In fact, the Major himself seemed fully prepared to engage in close combat with his axe. We're already on the verge of losing, so why would the commander take the lead and run away? I'm bound to be executed after the war anyway. It seems that many casualties have already been incurred in the city of Marshdale. Austin soldiers are fighting back bravely, with enemy corpses piling up in the streets. But in a gunfight, numbers are justice. No matter how skilled you are with your gun, there's no way you can win outnumbered 2-on-1. In an attempt to gain even the slightest advantage, We're waging guerrilla warfare by sniping from high ground or escaping into narrow alleys, but one by one, we're being killed in the line of duty. Major, there's a wounded soldier. Heal him. You don't need to preserve any of your magic power. Unlike platoon leader Garbak, Major Renville proactively gave permission for his allies to receive medical treatment. It's much better for the young man to survive and fight back than for me, who can't even handle a gun properly. Major Renville probably doesn't have much experience in modern warfare. He's a commander, and that job doesn't mean sitting in a trench with a gun in his hand. In this situation, I have nothing to offer other than swinging an axe around, so I'm the one with the lowest priority for treatment. And for the Major, I'm sure. He likely intended to die here in this battle. Our lives have become valuable time. Government officials will try to curry favor with the Sabbath Federation. They're trying to negotiate peace rather than an unconditional surrender. If the capital, Win, is burned down by the Sabbath, the casualties would be staggering. We're risking our lives to delay the countdown to that tragedy. Come on. I am Renville the War Axe. Bring it on, you foot soldiers. He's still in good health despite his age. Rather than flinching at the sight of enemy soldiers, Major Renville provokes them. Clad in full armor and swinging around a large axe, he certainly looked like a hero from a bygone era. Don't let the Major die in the line of duty. Fight back with your life on the line. Major, don't be so reckless. How did his heroic demeanor appear in the eyes of his subordinates? The Major is risking his life fighting with us. Live up to that spirit. At the very least, he must have been far more reliable than a superior officer who retreated alone. Goo, my leg, it's okay, I can still heal you. Damn it, if only I was younger. However, no matter how brave the Major was, an axe was powerless against firearms. Major Renville was shot and wounded in the leg. Just stay there and don't move. Shield. The Major collapsed onto the stone pavement, clutching his leg. Gunfire is ringing out from all sides, and in the background, Sabatian soldiers point their guns in our direction. I won't be able to dodge if they target me now. Hey, you'll be killed if you try to heal him now. Yes, I know, so please be quiet. My top priority for treatment at the moment is Major Renville. It's unclear how much his survival will help maintain morale among the soldiers. Although he doesn't have the same absurd strength as platoon leader Garbak, he plays an excellent role as the moral support for the soldiers in this desperate situation. Heal. This will stop the bleeding. Please, stand up quickly. Sorry, how pathetic. It's okay. Fortunately, the bullets in the rear didn't hit the Major. Perhaps it was thanks to the shield I had set up just in case. I'm grateful to the platoon leader and head medic Gale for teaching me this spell. When I confirmed that Major Renville had stood up, I started getting back up to resume withdrawal. I was suddenly hit by a strong wave of dizziness and instinctively placed my palms on the ground. My legs feel heavy as lead, and my lower abdomen feels as if it's on fire. A tingling, throbbing, pulsating pain eats away at my body. Medic First Class Touri. Major, don't worry about me. Please withdraw quickly. Cold sweat runs down my forehead. I slowly looked down and realized I had been shot through the stomach with blood profusely dripping out. Major. The moment I realized this, I can no longer stand. I felt dizzy, and my body slammed into the ground, just like when I fall due to anemia. Slowly, a red liquid begins to spew out of my abdomen. That's right. The reason I've been able to survive on the battlefield up until now is because I've been protected by that invincible platoon leader. Now that he's gone and without his protection, it's only natural that something like this would happen if I left myself vulnerable in such an open space. Sorry. I looked up and saw Major Renville running away. It seems he made the decision to abandon me and run away. And with that, the last of my strength finally leaves my body. Chapter 31. How are prisoners of war treated in this world? Are there any humanitarian considerations, such as prohibitions against assaulting prisoners? At the very least, I haven't heard of any such rules. Once you're captured by the enemy, your life is in their hands. Even though I'm still young, as a female soldier, there's a possibility I might be kept alive for that kind of reason. I trembled in fear as the enemy approached me. I'm going to bleed to death if I don't receive immediate treatment. But how do I explain this to someone who doesn't speak the same language? When a mage uses magic, it's seen as a hostile act. I wouldn't be surprised if they blew my brains out the moment I cast heal on myself. It would be ideal to ask the enemy's medics to treat me, but I wonder if the enemy would heal me in the first place. I think they would prioritize treating their own soldiers. Multiple soldiers shouting in foreign language. They roared, pointing at me. They're speaking in a foreign language I've never heard before. I have no idea what they're saying. But it's clear that this is not a friendly atmosphere. I feel a dull pain in my stomach, and it's getting hard to breathe. Before long, they came running straight towards me as I lay there, and then, shouts in foreign language. They ignored me and ran after Major Renville. Ha, ha, heal. After making sure that there was no one around, I quickly administered first aid. Then I crawled down the road and into someone's house. Fortunately, the bullet seemed to penetrate through my abdomen, so the only treatment required was to close the wound. However, I guess I'd been shot in a pretty dangerous spot. It was difficult to walk even after using healing magic. I was bleeding a lot and was feeling quite dizzy. On the other hand, this may have been the reason why the injury was deemed fatal and they left me to die. Indeed, it certainly would have been fatal if I wasn't a medic. It's a good thing I didn't get shot in the head. Ha, ha. That said, I haven't received proper treatment. It definitely seems like peritonitis. I'd like to open up my abdomen to clean and suture it, but I'd probably pass out from the pain if I did that. Though it might be a bit rough, I'll use healing magic to push through and heal myself. After healing myself with my remaining magical power, I gulped down the elixir and ate the rations that were in my backpack. It was a good idea to bring the elixir with me. If it works well, it'll ease the pain and restore my magical power, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I stayed there and rested for a few minutes in an empty house. I felt a bit bad for the landlord since I cut up the bedsheets and used them as bandages. It still hurts a little, but I think I can manage to run like this. When I looked out the window, I saw flames rising everywhere. I have to escape from here to the rear without being spotted by enemy soldiers. I think it would be possible to manage by taking advantage of my small size and move around sneakily while staying hidden. Guerrilla warfare is currently taking place throughout the city. I'll take advantage of the confusion and retreat to safety. Shouting in foreign language. As I strained my ears to search my surroundings, I suddenly heard the angry shout of an enemy close by, and my shoulders trembled in shock. It seems that there are enemy soldiers just outside this house right now. Shouts in foreign language. Stop it. Help me. Looking over the wall, I heard the voice of a friendly soldier pleading for his life. It seems like some soldiers are still engaged in combat in a losing battle. I feel bad for him because he's begging for his life, but there's nothing I can do even if I barge in. I'll just hide here until they leave. Enemy soldier speaking in foreign language. Please, here. Come on, I'll lick your shoes, I don't know if it was luck or not, but it looked like he wasn't going to be shot immediately and would instead be taken prisoner. I feel a certain amount of respect for his willingness to abandon his pride to survive. I wish I could help you, sorry. Now's my chance. Enemy soldier shouting in foreign language. You idiot, who's going to get caught? I'm not gonna get tortured. As I was absent-mindedly considering this, a man with droopy eyes and a pathetic expression suddenly crashed through the window of the house I was hiding in. Out. His foot got stuck on the window frame and his face hit the floor. Blood gushed out of his nose, staining the floor. Shouts in foreign language. Hiya. No, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to run away. The friendly soldier failed in his escape and was immediately held up at gunpoint. Then, with a cowering expression on his face, he begins to kneel down and beg towards the enemy soldiers. There's not even a shred of pride left. Fortunately, at this time I was in the enemy soldiers' blind spot, so they didn't notice me. However, without any pride, he noticed me hiding silently behind the wall. Wait, he says, focusing his gaze on me. Don't look at me like that. They'll find me too. Please just pretend you didn't see me. Sir, behind that wall. Someone is hiding there. As soon as the soldier noticed my presence, he started making a fuss, pointing at me hysterically. See, there it is. I thought there was something suspicious about this house. Look, there was an enemy there. They were hiding. Please praise me, sir. Questioning voice in foreign language. Soon, the enemy soldier looked over at me, and then our eyes meet perfectly. Shouting in foreign language. Ah! I didn't understand the foreign language, so I didn't know what he was saying, but since a gun was pointed at me, I obediently raised my hands and stood up. This guy, he doesn't seem to care about his allies at all. Soon we were inside the house, standing against a wall with our hands up and our backs turned. Shouting in foreign language. Why yes. I know. The other Austin soldier seems to be able to understand the enemy's language to some extent. He obediently placed everything he was holding on the ground and began to remove his equipment. It seemed as though we were about to be taken prisoner. Shouts in foreign language. Ha! Hey, what are you spacing out for? Don't provoke him, you little brat. He told you to disarm yourself. Take everything off, including your clothes. Why yes. The male soldier who was removing his gear yelled at me. I hurriedly began to take off my clothes myself. Prisoners are disarmed. Of course that's the case. Still, if you know what they said, please tell me. But still, disarming? I've taken everything off. Please spare my life. It seems I have to get completely naked. Not wanting to be killed, I obediently took off all my clothes like him and put my hands up. Ah, I have a terrible feeling about what's about to happen. Talking in foreign language. How are female prisoners of war treated? If that's really how it is, I'm at least somewhat grateful because it would help me survive in some way. Talking in foreign language. As I stood there trembling, the enemy soldier began to touch my body as if it were natural. Rather, he was kneading my breasts with very strong hands. The enemy soldier asks a question in foreign language. I think I know what's going to happen next. It seems I'll have to endure some unpleasant experiences for a while until I'm released. There's also the possibility that I might be treated as a slave even after the war ends. Hey, kid, he wants to know your gender. Are you a boy or girl? I'm a girl. She said. Proceeds to talk in foreign language. The enemy soldier looked at me with a look of surprise, yet understanding. So he touched my breasts to confirm my gender. Moreover, after he touched my breasts, he looked at me with a strange expression. Talking in foreign language. Yes. Oh, come to think of it, I had a bandage wrapped around my lower abdomen that covered my private parts, so it remained hidden. Kid, take off your bandages, face forward, and spread your legs. And now they're going to check. In the end, I followed the enemy's instructions. It's such a humiliating feeling. I managed to appear calm, but to be honest, I'm on the verge of breaking out into tears. Look, sir, there's nobody here right now. No one can see us. Isn't it fine? There's no need to risk your life in a place like this. Why don't you just have a little fun? If you look closely, she's quite cute, right? Then the man, who was also naked, began to grin and fawn over the enemy soldier while rubbing his hands. Is this guy serious? Although we're supposed to be allies, he seems to be only thinking about throwing me under the bus. It's not that I can't understand that sentiment, but talking in foreign language. Yeah, she's probably a virgin. Hey, I think it's perfectly fine for me to be angry. Talking in foreign language. The enemy soldier smirked and pushed me to the floor. It seems like this is really about to happen. Soldiers speaking in foreign language. Just like that, several enemy soldiers gathered around me. There's nothing I can do now that things have gotten to this point. Let's try to be obedient so that at least my life can be spared. Hey, that's right. Even on the battlefield, this kind of entertainment is necessary. Hey. And as for the man who had put me in this predicament, there's my chance. Now, while I was about to be assaulted, he found an opportunity and made a run for it. Yeehaw. Taking the soldiers by surprise, he ran towards the entrance alone while completely naked. Ha! Both me and the enemy soldiers could only stare at the door in shock. I'm sure my feelings at the time were exactly the same as those of the enemy soldiers. being so disgusted to the point of speechlessness. It's amazing that he can do such a thing by using the chastity of a girl who's much younger than him as bait. The excitement seemed to have died down. The enemy soldier silently walked away from me, but still had his gun pointed at me. There's a slight look of pity on his face. Okay. Sniff. Let's have a good cry here. Fortunately, the enemy soldiers were so disgusted with him that they didn't assault me. It seems they had at least the minimum level of conscience. Since I'm quite underdeveloped, I look like a pure and innocent child. Taking advantage of my youthful appearance and abandoning all pride, I appealed to their emotions while begging for my life. Wah, wah. I began to sob as the tears started to flow one after another. By the way, I'm not just pretending to cry. I'm crying from the bottom of my heart. I've been holding it in for a while now, but I've wanted to cry for a long time now. Just as intended, the enemy looked very flustered. Yes, please feel guilty. And if possible, please treat me with respect as a prisoner from now on. Eventually, an enemy soldier handed me a piece of cloth he had found nearby. It's the remains of a sheet that I cut up earlier while trying to make bandages. I gratefully accepted it and then sobbed as I huddled in the corner of the room while holding the sheet. Phew, I'm glad the enemy has some morals. I heard rumors that Sabatian soldiers brutally murdered non-combatants without any regard for their age or gender. That was probably a bit of an exaggeration. Enemy soldiers talking in foreign language. However, I still cannot let my guard down. Considering the trouble of holding me prisoner, they may decide to kill me and move on. Stay alert and survive by any means possible. Even while crying, I was calmly thinking about these things in my mind. Roll, roll, roll. A round object suddenly rolled into the room. A grenade. AR, shield. I'm familiar with the terror of grenades. Time and time again, my allies were killed by this terrible weapon. I reflexively put out my shield and turned my head away while dropping to the floor. Immediately afterward, I sensed the enemy soldiers panicking. With an enormous explosion, the room was engulfed in flames. Luckily, I survived the blast. Thanks to my quick action and ability to put up my shield, I was able to withstand the blast and only suffered minor burns. However, enemy soldiers who received a direct hit perished. They were at the epicenter of the explosion. It was a horrific sight. Cough, cough. But who on earth threw it? Suddenly throwing grenades into a house where enemy soldiers are still inside. It's excessively violent. Phew. Hey, take that, you small fry. I'll take my luggage back. Ahaha. Also, I don't know who it was, but I salute the little brat who sacrificed herself for me. Wow, she was the best decoy ever. Even though you were just a brat, you got quite embarrassed. It was easy to incite those idiots. Go on and have an orgy in the afterlife. Ahaha. Ah. He came into the room laughing loudly, and I met his eyes with a very cold look. Phew, my lady. You're safe. Just as planned. I may have said some terrible things, but please forgive me. I had no choice but to say those things in order to get through that situation and save both of us. Well, don't worry about it. It's the duty of adults to protect children. There's no need to feel too grateful just because I saved your life. Saved my life, really? In the first place, if you hadn't gotten me involved, my life wouldn't have even been in danger. Well, let's get dressed for now, partner. If we look like this, people will get the wrong idea. Now, my uniform, my clothes are burnt. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 32. Oh man, it's a relief that the people in this household left us their old clothes. After escaping from a desperate situation and killing an enemy soldier with an explosion, I searched the house with a male soldier who seemed to be on an ally and found some clothes. I'm surprised you managed to find a grenade in that situation. I borrowed it from the body of a dead ally lying nearby. That was a huge help. The grenade the man threw detonated the enemy grenades as well, causing a tremendous explosion. The fire was so intense that it burned the entire room to the ground. If the house wasn't made of stone, there would have been a huge fire. Luckily, I was crouching in the corner of the room and had instinctively cast a shield spell, so I avoided being hit directly by the blast. However, the heat in the room still caused burns in some places and some of my hair was scorched and frizzy. My supplies. Unfortunately, the amount of firepower that filled the room rendered the uniform and equipment I had taken off useless. The bottles in the backpack had broken into pieces on impact, and the bandages and gauze were now burnt to a crisp. If I lose medical supplies, I become nothing more than an ordinary person who can use healing magic. The number of times I could use healing magic was running low. My spare elixir also spilled, so judging from the magical power I had, I might only be able to use it once more. Yap. We look like civilians who were too late to escape. Right, let's get out of here. I lost my military uniform in the explosion, so I rummaged through a closet in this house and borrowed some girls' clothes I found. It was a plain white, dusty dress. It seemed to be children's clothing. Even though I'm small, the size was a little tight. In any case, I was glad I had clothes to wear, because at worst I would have had to retreat completely naked. Hey, this gun still looks like it can be used. Here you go. Thank you. The man changed into what appeared to be farmer's work clothes, searched through the enemy's corpse, and handed me a pistol. He appears to have stolen a rifle from a dead ally outside and is fully equipped. I hid an enemy handgun under my skirt and disguised myself as a civilian girl. This will have a higher survival rate. Oh, right, I should introduce myself. I'm Gamuji. Although I may be a private, I'm actually something like an ace. Is that so? Partner, do you know the Garbak platoon? That's right, the ace unit on our front lines that silences even crying children. I'm not going to hide anything. I'm the hidden ace of the Garbak platoon. This man who threw away his pride was apparently called Gamuji. He claims to be part of the Garbak platoon, but I had never seen this man's face before. Is he just a compulsive liar? What's a hidden ace? I'm the only one in the platoon who can be trusted by platoon leader Garbak. It's only been a day since I joined the unit, but I'm sure the platoon leader already knows my true abilities. The platoon leader said right from the start that he was entrusting his back to me. In other words, Garbak and I are comrades who have each other's backs. Well, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, you know? I'm the hidden ace of this battlefield, and I'll answer any questions you have. Ah, I see. After I left, this guy was transferred to the Garbak platoon in Marshdale. And since he was a private, he was protected by the back of platoon leader Garbak. So, what's your name? I was in charge of the medical headquarters. I am Medic First Class Touri Noel. Oh, you're a medic. No wonder you had no weapon. Medic First Class. Please repeat your rank and affiliation. Private Second Class Gamuji. This guy has a big mouth, but he's actually a rookie with a lower rank than me. Ah, so. How old are you? You look way younger than me. Age isn't important in the military. When speaking to someone of a higher rank, I think you should at the very least use polite language, Private Gamuji. Ah, ahahaha. Gamuji evaded his questioning by laughing it off. Maybe he was a soldier conscripted in Marshdale? This isn't the attitude you'd expect from someone who fought on the Western Front. Well, let's put that aside for now. We're together now and share the same destiny. If we don't get out of here and reunite with our allies, we might end up in a terrible situation like what happened earlier. Yes. Well, just leave it to me if you feel overwhelmed. A medic like you doesn't know anything about the front lines, right? I'll show you the power of this behind-the-scenes ace on the front lines. Gamuji says this while crossing his arms confidently. You're so lucky, little girl. You have me to protect you. No, it's fine. Let's split up here. Why? I flatly rejected his proposal. Obviously, an unreliable ally is worse than an enemy. And needless to say, this man cannot be trusted at all. He has no qualms about throwing away people in order to save himself. Why? In such a dangerous place, we have to join forces. Please think back to your actions earlier. You're probably planning on using me as a decoy again. That was a misunderstanding. I had intended to help you from the beginning. Besides, if I want to disguise myself as a civilian, It's more convenient for me to be alone in plain clothes. It makes it harder for people to identify me as a soldier. You're heartless. You think it's enough if you can survive alone? You're the worst kind of person. So, I'll excuse myself now. Oh no, sorry. I said too much, so please stop. Please don't leave me alone. You're the hidden ace of this battlefront, aren't you? Why don't you try to escape on your own? I'm sure you can do that, Garbak Platoon's hidden ace. I am not feeling my best today. Perhaps realizing I was serious about separating with him, Gamuji then came crying at my feet. I glared at him suspiciously, as if peering into the depths of his heart. I can't let such good bait slip away. She's a medic, recovery personnel. If I keep this kid with me, my chances of survival will drastically increase. I'm sorry, but I don't trust you. I refuse. Do something about that. We just showed each other our naked bodies, just like when we were born, right, buddy? Please don't ever use that expression again. It's disgusting. All that was visible in the man's eyes was his selfish desire. He continues to beg me to follow him. There's no pride to be seen in his appearance. But I can't see any benefit to being with a man like this. If you bring me along, I'll do whatever you say when we survive. Come on, just you name it. Money, sweets, anything you want. Running through the battlefield alongside teammates who refuse to listen to anything I have to say. Doing as they please, acting freely without regard for anyone else. I felt like I've experienced this somewhere before. Then I'll take command. What? Gamuji was so persistent that I gave in and decided to allow him to follow me. If Gamuji keeps holding onto my leg, my escape will be delayed. It'll be a huge pain, but I'll let him come with me. What? You're taking command? That's right, Private Gamuji. As your superior officer, you have no right to refuse any of my orders. No, it's impossible. There's no way a medic can lead the front lines. They just stay holed up in the rear all the time. I'm a medic with experience on the front line. I've been a member of the Garbak platoon for about half a year now. I'm also your senior in the platoon. Seriously? Well, that's if this guy really is a member of Garbak platoon. Gamuji, I don't trust you. Therefore, ignoring my orders is out of the question. Please choose. Either act separately or follow my commands. Yes, I get it. I'll obey. Is that okay? Understood. I will now unwillingly take responsibility for your life. Gamuji reluctantly agreed, but he didn't seem convinced. If push comes to shove, he's probably planning to abandon me to use as a decoy. Well, that's fine. I'll just have such expectations from the start. Well, first I'll explain the rules you must follow. Yeah. First, move while hiding from the enemy. Well, that's obvious. I set up some rules to ensure that I can recover even if he holds me back. Hide from the enemy. This goes without saying, but it's better to not engage with them. Second, if I tell you to retreat, you must absolutely retreat. If you do not comply with this, I will abandon you. Yes. Since I've said I'm in charge, his life is now my responsibility. As long as he is under my command, I must act in a way that will help him as much as possible. Lastly, yes, I have to protect him. No matter how annoying he is, we're still allies. And while skillfully controlling his reckless teammates, sometimes cursing them and sometimes provoking them, he brings out their best performance and leads them to victory. This is the most important rule. Why yeah. However, is this technique really worth using? Section. Hey, is anyone on voice chat? Yes, nice to meet you. Somewhere, I heard someone's voice. It was a nostalgic, cheerful voice from the distant past. Hey, mister. Is this ID real? Well, yeah. Wow. It's amazing. I'm grateful to team with you. It's an honor to be able to team up with the world champion. Well, let's have fun and not worry too much. I know this well. It's casual banter amidst play. It's from a peaceful land where the exchange of lives, let alone seeing corpses, is unheard of. We're playing a video game. I'll follow your instructions. I'll learn from you. Haha, if you say so. In that case, I'll give you some advice. In that world, well, it's just 3 things, okay? I'm honored to be able to witness God-tier gameplay up close. I was called a god. First, avoid unnecessary battles. It may seem lame, but I'll do whatever it takes to win. Roger. I had tremendous talent for the game. A wide field of vision that ensures I won't miss an enemy that may peek out of the corner. Technique that allows me to act quickly after noticing something and aim with unparalleled accuracy. And also, if I tell you to retreat, you must do so. Even if it seems like you can win. Gotcha. My ability to sense danger, allowing me to sense earlier than anyone else that things would get dangerous if we continue fighting like this. The ability to sense an approaching enemy, or the feeling that an enemy is targeting me, was one of my greatest assets. That's how I excelled in first-person shooters. Lastly, yes, what is it? The golden rule in FPS games is not to fight while outnumbered. It's a pipe dream to think that you'll be the only one to survive and wipe out all the other players. The targets are dispersed and the damage efficiency is so different that you'll likely lose as soon as it comes to a 2-on-1 fight. That is why, no matter how incompetent your allies are, you must praise and encourage them so they stay alive. Section. Don't do anything unnecessary and only think of how to survive. Playing an FPS is a completely different experience from real war. It's incredibly stupid to try to use experiences from games in real-life warfare. However, I have no experience in leading others in this world. The only strategy one have to rely on now is found in that carefree game. What? Do you understand, Gamuji? Remember. What was I thinking about when I was playing that game? Search, stealth, movement planning, line of fire, ammunition replenishment, equipment management. I need to bring any usable information from that carefree game into reality. I can't really describe it, but I used to feel chills. I have a feeling that enemy forces will soon be coming to this house to check out what's going on. Obviously, they'd come to check out the situation after such a big explosion. I need to remember the scene before I leave this house. Which window should I escape from to make my way through the back alley without being seen? If the enemy were to invade, where would they come from? Perhaps through the window that we ourselves used to get in? We'll escape through the window near the kitchen on the opposite side of this room. Then, we'll go into the alley and scout for the enemy. Yeah. Are you sure that's the right path? If we take any other route, we'll probably be caught and killed this time. The handgun strapped to my thigh coldly rubs against my skin. This is more of a good luck charm. I've never shot a gun before, so I don't think I can suddenly aim it well in a real battle. Our current goal is to safely retreat to our allies' defense line without engaging in any fighting and join them. If we were to engage in a battle even once, it would be synonymous with defeat. There would be no way we can win. Medic First Class Touri. There's no map, no dropped items or revives. We're in a real battlefield with corpses scattered everywhere. For the first time in my life, I was fighting alongside someone and relying solely on my own judgment. I am a coward. In such a desperate situation, trying to escape while being surrounded by so many enemies with murderous intent is enough to drive me insane. But there's no choice but to do this. I will survive. I can't afford to treat my own life lightly. What are you spacing out for? Please get it together. No, it's just. Yet, for some reason. Standing in this dire situation, overwhelmed with fear to the point of losing my mind. At that moment, I felt a rush of exhilaration like never before. Why are you laughing, you? I was filled with an unexpected sense of euphoria. Chapter 33. This is a distant memory of a trivial scene. There, an ordinary man stood with a triumphant pose. Around him, there were a considerable number of spectators and a large screen displaying the game screen. At the center of it all was me from my past life. Yes, this was the stage of the first famous FPS Game World Championship. It was a legendary night of this game where dozens of elite teams competed for supremacy, shooting at each other and dispersing. This is so boring. At least shoot each other. Well, I want to shoot too, but we can win without doing that. Who the hell called this guy a god? He's just running away. That just means you guys weren't at the level to go up against the champion. Although it was just a gaming tournament, the venue for the World Championship was quite large. A fairly sized event facility had been rented out, with sponsors' banners hanging all over the place. A seat and a monitor were provided for all participating players, and a large monitor behind the host showed game footage from a god's perspective. The deciding factor was that Team XX got behind the defense at the end. It was a brilliant strategic victory. It wasn't just luck. It was a route that couldn't be chosen unless we knew the enemy team's reconnaissance methods in advance. XX was cornered, but he made a miraculous move and turned the tables. That's what makes this game so exciting. At that tournament, I met with friends I'd only known online for the first time. Congratulations to our new champion. I earned the trivial title of World's Strongest. Section. The surrounding area is safe. Let's go, Gamuji. Ah, yeah. We quickly escaped from the burnt house before enemy troops could come to check on us. Beyond the kitchen window was a dingy alleyway splattered with blood. From the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be any sign of the enemy. I stepped down into the alley first, looked around, and then gestured for Gamuji to follow. Since Gamuji is a rookie, I can't expect him to perform at an average level of an infantryman. Although I have no experience, I think it would be better for me to do reconnaissance and clearing. Even if we're both amateur infantrymen, it's my role as the senior. Hey, is it okay to go ahead like that? In the first place, is this really the right path? Here we go. Hey, even if you tell me that, it's impossible to know our way through the city since we don't have a map. The enemy will find us if we hesitate. We have no choice but to move quickly. All we can do now is pray that our path doesn't lead to a dead end. At least be more careful and make sure there aren't any enemies ahead of you. Please stop. There's an enemy. Hold your breath and wait for a few minutes. Just as Gamuji grabbed his shoulder in protest, I sensed the presence of an enemy ahead. We hide in the shadows and hold our breath for a few minutes. Suddenly, a Sebastian soldier with bloodshot eyes crossed the narrow crossroads we were about to pass through. If we had gone straight ahead without noticing him, I'm sure we would have been found. It should be fine now. Let's move on, Gamuji. Oh, wow. You were on your guard, weren't you? Yes, despite my appearance, I've received scout training. I wasn't taught how to use a gun, but Senior Allen occasionally gave me instructions in other reconnaissance techniques. Needless to say, it was the usual unreasonable request from the platoon leader. Senior Allen was very kind and taught me a lot of things. Never miss any unusual sights in your field of vision. Don't miss the sound of a grenade being fired or the distinctive sounds of military boots moving. And to be always prepared for emergencies so that you can act reflexively if you notice something unusual. Even if you're a medic, you're still a frontline soldier. I'm counting on you, Senior. Thank you. This world isn't a game, it's reality. If you sharpen your senses, you'll have access to far more information than you would in a game. There are many hints that cannot be expressed in a game, such as the smell of gunpowder wafting in the wind, the sound of angry voices around you, and the smell of dead soldiers. Making the most of that and relying on my own intuition to retreat is surely the best way to escape this situation. Fortunately, there were no signs of enemy troops nearby for some time afterwards. We walked slowly along the road as we entered the back alley that led directly to the main street. Wow, looks like they've already secured the main street. If only we had engaged them here, it would have been easier. It appeared that the Austin soldiers had already retreated from the main street. The city of Marshdale has collapsed. Massive amounts of enemy soldiers are swarming down its main streets littered with corpses and flesh. Hey, there's no way we can get through there. Let's turn back. Gamuji immediately suggested we take a detour. He was right. If we ran across the main street, we'd probably end up getting shot. It would be better to avoid the main roads and advance along narrower roads where there are fewer enemy soldiers. What's wrong, Senior? What are you stopping for? You're not going to say we're going to make a breakthrough there, are you? However, if we turn back and take a detour, we'll have to go even deeper into the alley. Naturally, this would also increase the risk of running into enemy patrols. Or rather, I have a feeling that if we continue to take a detour like this, we'll just get spotted by the enemy. Hey, what's the hold-up? We need to get back quickly. So what should we do? In a situation where weapons and ammunition are running low, what has gotten me through so far? In PvP, maximizing your character's performance isn't what's most important. Even enemy players with the best aim and defensive skills, honed over hours in training, aren't scary at all if they lack a certain perspective. It's the first hurdle that FPS beginners must overcome to become an advanced player. It's something that's been a staple of war for thousands of years. If you know both the enemy and yourself, you won't be in danger even if you battle 100 times. To win a PvP game, you need to understand what your opponent wants to do. Stand in the enemy's shoes, thwart their moves, or lead them into a trap with your own actions. Once players reach a certain level, these kinds of mind games occur many times during a game. If you realize that the enemy is trying to outflank you, you can simply lie in wait and kill them instead. If the enemy is moving towards a higher position, use a throwable item to surprise them. In that game, being able to predict your enemy's movements was 100 times more useful than improving your aim. I'm sure it's the same in real war. As long as the other party is human, if you think about things from their point of view, you will automatically see the path forward. So, what do the enemies desire most in this urban warfare? Do they want to kill us no matter what? Do they want to plunder our territory and take whatever property and supplies are left behind? No. If I were the enemy, I would think like this. I don't want to die in a winning battle. Section. Gamuji, before we turn back, please aim at the other side of the main road and throw a rock in a curved arc. It will be enough to make them mistake it for a grenade. What? If we can gather the enemies near that store, we'll have a good chance of driving away the enemies patrolling the alley we're heading down. The enemy will likely put their own lives first. If they sense even the slightest threat, they'll immediately gather and become on alert. And they'll carefully check the surroundings for any abnormalities. Hey, what if that gives away our location? Yes, so please try to throw it in a curved line as much as possible. That gives away the general direction. There's a wooden trash can next to the house we just left. We can hide in there. It's likely that the enemy patrolling this area now are not assault troops. The assault force is currently pursuing Major Renville and his men, while the soldiers securing the terrain in the rear are likely to be part of the defensive force. The biggest difference between assault soldiers and defenders is whether or not they fear death. The defense force's job is to survive. Their job is to avoid enemy artillery fire and intercept charging enemy soldiers. That's why they probably won't take any unnecessary risks. The moment they sense the enemy's presence, they probably won't rush straight in. If the enemy realizes that there are enemies hiding nearby, they will surely call their patrols back to the square. We can use that opportunity and sprint as fast as we can through the alleys. No, that's a ridiculous plan. If Gamuji won't do it, then there's nothing I can do. My shoulders are weak, so I can't throw it in a curved arc, and the direction of the throw will probably be obvious to Dash. Hey, stop it. What are you planning to do with those trembling arms? I get it, so stop it. I'll throw it. I picked up a broken brick the size of my fist that I found nearby and was surprised at how heavy it was. I'll probably hurt my shoulder if I throw this. Let's throw something lighter. How about this shell casing? This would be... Yeah, that works. I guess I'll do that. Have I followed some crazy brat? He grumbled as he hurled the shell casing at the main road with all his might. Gamuji has quite strong shoulders. He threw the casing in a fairly arcing motion. Let's hide. Before it could hit the ground, we turned back and dove into a large wooden garbage bin. There seems to be enough space for about 2 people to fit in. There was some food waste stuck to the bottom, so I made Gamuji go in first. Please don't touch me in any weird places. I'm not interested in you, you little brat. It was a fairly large wooden box, but it was quite cramped when 2 people got in. Gamuji held me in the wooden box with his back against the ground. A loud, angry shout echoed throughout the city as Gamuji and I huddled together. Soon, more noises can be heard from the direction of the city's main street. Many mumbling voices can be heard. It seems the enemy noticed the shells. Good. Now, this is the important part. We must wait for the moment when the enemy recalls their patrols and then run as fast as we can. In that moment of uncertainty, we must break through the enemy's surveillance network or our lives will be in danger. It's a long shot, but somehow I feel like there's no other way we can escape. Hopefully the enemy will act according to plan and recall their patrol units. Hey! It looks like the enemy thinks we're hiding in the alley on the other side of the street. Ho! Now that I think about it, you can understand Sebastian. Well, my dad was originally from there. Gamuji said that for some reason the enemy seemed to have misjudged their location. What on earth is going on? They think one of the Austin soldiers running through the opposite alley accidentally spilled the casings. That's fortunate. Just as you predicted, they're starting to gather their patrol units. Things are looking good. The enemy seems to be acting careful. Since they don't know the size of the unit in hiding, they decide to group up. A few minutes later, we heard some commotion and saw several enemy soldiers pass by the front of the wooden box. It seemed a considerable number of patrol units were in the back alleys. We definitely would have been caught if we had ran through the alley. The enemies received loud commands on the main street and quickly organized multiple units to run towards the opposite alley. Meanwhile, none of the soldiers returned to the narrow alleyway we're hiding in. It seems safe now. Okay, let's get away. Originally, I had planned to take advantage of this opportunity while they were gathering and organizing their troops, but it seems God was favoring us. Assuming the Sebastian soldiers focus on patrolling the opposite side, we should be able to move around quite safely. Section. There's a fork in the road. Which way do we go? Let's head left. It should be safer to go down the road where there are no fresh bodies lying around. Doesn't seem like there's much of a difference. And so, we continued on down the deserted, lonely path. As expected, there were dead bodies and bloodstains everywhere. The smell of feces and blood was overwhelming. This is terrible. I've been wondering about something for a while now. Gamuji, have you fought on the Western Front? I was a little curious, so I asked Gamuji a question. From his attitude towards his superiors to his reaction to the corpses, he displays many aspects that resemble those of an ordinary civilian. This suggests that he may have been a soldier who never even experienced the Western Front. Well, I was working as a gatekeeper in Marshdale when I was suddenly drafted. Can't believe it. Gamuji was apparently a guard in Marshdale. I have a certain degree of resistance to corpses as a medic, but Gamuji's face looked quite pale. To someone who had not experienced the Western Front, the sight of blood and flesh lying everywhere must have looked like a scene from hell. I'm sure I'd have been heartbroken under normal circumstances. But there must have been something strange about me at that time. The blood of the corpses in this area is clotted. There are also signs of rigor mortis. At that time, I only saw the bodies of my comrades as valuable sources of information. A body that's still bleeding must be someone who was killed recently. In other words, it is highly likely that enemy forces are nearby wherever such bodies are found. So at that time my brain was processing the corpse as a source of information telling me how long ago enemy troops passed by here. This is bad. The enemy is running straight toward this alley. Hey, what do we do? There's no place to hide around here. Let's pretend to be dead. Here, I'll stick some fallen flesh on your back. I get it. And having so many corpses lying around would provide a good cover for them. In an emergency situation where there's nowhere to hide, pretending to be dead can be quite effective. A normal patrol unit would have inspected the bodies carefully, and it would not be surprising if we're shot the moment they found a body that was still breathing. However, shouts in foreign language. The troops running by appear to be in a hurry. Whether they were pursuing Austin's soldiers or had been called up, they certainly didn't have time to bother with a dead body by the roadside. So I was sure they would ignore me. That was the decision I made at the time. I smeared flesh and blood on Gamuji's back. Then I rubbed the fresh blood of a nearby corpse around my stomach and collapsed in the same position I was in after I was shot in the stomach. It was the same posture I was in when I was actually shot, so it should be quite realistic. That should be the case, but questioning voices in foreign language. Apparently my assumptions at the time were quite naive. Two Sebastian soldiers holding guns stopped in front of Gamuji and I, who were pretending to be dead. My heart is pounding. I tried to disguise us as corpses, but was there anything unnatural about us? It was then I realized I had made a fatal mistake. We were disguised as civilians, speaking in foreign language. To begin with, it's strange that civilians are dying here. There shouldn't be any more civilians in Marshdale. Most of Marshdale's civilians have already fled and taken refuge in the capital. The only people left here are Austin soldiers. There should no longer be any civilians here. It's clearly suspicious if a dead body dressed as a civilian was found lying around. Speaking in foreign language, one of the soldiers pointed a gun at me. I should have expected this. Even I'd be alarmed if I saw a dead body in civilian clothes while on patrol. I am afraid. I'm afraid of being shot and killed. I don't want to die like this. Slowly, the two enemy soldiers approached us. What should I do? Should I just get up and run away as fast as I can? No, I don't think I can survive doing that. I can't think of any other way to survive other than pretending to be dead. So please, don't shoot me. Speaking in foreign language, I swallowed my saliva and managed to keep my composure. As if toying with me, the enemy soldier brought his rifle up close to me. Joking voice in foreign language. He flipped up the skirt of my dress and was delighted to see my private area. Shouts in foreign language. Immediately afterwards, the enemy soldier who had done such a disrespectful thing was punched in the face by his fellow Sebastian soldier. Shaming the corpse of a civilian girl is a pretty despicable act. That's probably what made the other soldier angry. Since I wasn't wearing underwear, it looked like I was shot after being violated. The scummy soldier continued laughing even after being punched and then ran off. The other soldier ran after him, fuming angrily. It's okay, Gamuji. They left. Oh, I see. That soldier found the dead body of a girl wearing a one-piece dress, so he jokingly rolled it up. I wish you wouldn't stop for such a trivial thing. I was so nervous that I almost lost it. I would have came back to haunt him if they found the handgun I was hiding under my skirt for such a stupid reason. Even so, Senior, seems you've been exposed a lot today. Ouch. Because he spoke rudely to his superior, I punched Gamuji in the stomach. The platoon leader would have beaten him nearly to death for that. This is discipline, not revenge. Chapter 34. After pretending to be dead and escaping enemy patrol, we continued down the alley without being spotted by the enemy. Occasionally we sensed the presence of the enemy. In such cases I guided Gamuji and changed course. Hey Senior, if it's here. Yeah, I think we can get through now. We made a big detour around the main road and the road began to narrow. We waited for a time when there were almost no enemy soldiers around and succeeded in breaking through the main street. Now I think we can move along the narrow alley to the end. We're supposed to retreat to the east gate and head towards the capital. Yes, just a little while longer. This has greatly increased our chances of survival. If we can pass through the center of the city, which was the main road occupied by the enemy, the number of enemy patrols would decrease significantly. From here on, the Sabbath should be in the process of securing the city. It's unlikely that there will be swarms of enemies roaming around. If we could just find a friendly position that isn't engaged in combat, it wouldn't be a dream to be able to get their protection. Hey, is someone shooting up ahead? Well, let's take a detour. With each step forward the sounds of heavy gunfire resound closer and closer. This wasn't a bad thing, since it meant that we're getting closer to where our allies are. What's it like up ahead, Senior? There's an enemy soldier in sight. Let's hide. Oh, wow. Senior, you're really sharp. I had no idea. On the other hand, the enemy soldiers roaming around here are on high alert and ready to kill. We need to be more careful now than ever when dealing with this. Playing dead here won't work. With Senior here, it'll be a piece of cake. It's an honor to fight on your back, Medic First Class Touri. Now's not the time to relax. On the other hand, Gamuji seemed relaxed, as if we had already successfully retreated. I don't want him to let his guard down just yet. Though truthfully, having crossed the main road, I was beginning to feel more at ease myself. Maybe my carelessness was transmitted to him. If we make it out alive, you can come over and fuck my son, Senior. You have a child that old. He turns 3 this year. He'd be a good match for you, right? If we continue on like this, there's a good chance we'll be able to retreat. Now the last hurdle remains, to break through the front line, where enemy and allies are firing at each other non-stop, and join up with our allies. We'll have achieved our objective if we can just do that. Wait. Uh-oh. As I walked down the alley, I sensed someone's presence at the end and heard the sound of heavy gunfire, so I stopped. Listening carefully, I hear enemies up ahead fighting our allies ahead of us. It's the enemy. We've successfully flanked the enemy's position. In a game, this would be the perfect moment to charge in without hesitation, but that assumes that the enemy team and our team have the same number of people. A medic who can't aim properly and a rookie soldier attempting a surprise attack from behind would likely just get shot and killed. It would be better to escape to Austin's side from an area where there's no fighting, even if it means making a large detour. It's not realistic to break through there. Let's make a detour. Okay, then let's go back to the fork in the road. We can't waste the good luck that's brought us this far. Now, in my own way, I am a commander. The life of another person is now in my hands. I must make the best possible move without making any wrong decisions that will lead to checkmate. What? We headed back another way in the alley towards the fork in the road, but there were no enemies ahead. Strangely, there was no enemy or allies stationed up ahead, and a narrow path continued straight into the distance. A deserted road. At the end of it all was a safe retreat route leading straight to the east gate. If we advance from here, we'll definitely be able to retreat inside Austin's defense line. Whoa. Wow, how lucky. We survived. Sorry for calling you a brat. You're the best, Senior. Something's strange. Was this path undiscovered by both friend or foe? Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why there are no allies or enemies along this path. The enemy must have been so busy firing at each other on the main roads that they neglected to explore these smaller streets. What an incredible stroke of luck. I never thought that the most important part of this retreat, breaking through the defense line, would be accomplished so easily. All right, then, just to be safe, I'll have you go ahead. Medic First Class Touri is very sensitive to the presence of the enemy. Well, I think it'll be okay. But where could the enemy be hiding on this narrow road? Just how much is God favoring us? Let's get away quickly, Gamuji said, winking while pushing me forward. Apparently, he intends to make me go ahead here too. Okay then. Until the very end, Gamuji hid behind me and refused to take any risks. Well, that's according to my instructions, so it's fine. He's a sneaky guy, but this is the end of my relationship with him. Let's report what he's been up to this time to our superiors and ask the platoon leader to give him a thorough education. To be honest, even though I hate Gamuji, I'm still responsible for his life. When the platoon leader gives me permission to treat him, let's make sure to heal him properly. I took a step forward thinking such frivolous things. Senior. A chill suddenly enveloped my entire body. At the same time, I realized my intuition was screaming, do not proceed any further. There are no enemies ahead and the only way to survive is to retreat to our allies. Yet, someone inside me was screaming, no, Gamuji. We're leaving. What? Let's take the same path we came from and attack the enemy's rear. Then, after verifying their position, we'll run through the hail of bullets. Hey, what are you talking about? I know this feeling very well. Even if it looks safe at first glance, only destruction awaits ahead. It's an evil trap set to kill us. Are you crazy? Why don't we just go straight through here? It's a gut feeling. I have a feeling we shouldn't go down this path. Are you an idiot? Gamuji turned towards me with a dismayed look on his face. Yes, I know what I'm saying is strange. However, there has never been a time in games where this feeling was wrong. What lies ahead beyond this heart-crushing feeling of dread is surely a miserable death. Don't talk like that. Let's move on. We don't have time to play around. Have you forgotten what we agreed on at the beginning? This feeling is something that I can't explain to anyone else. That's why I always say this before the game starts. You said you would retreat if I told you to. Wasn't that it? Most players won't retreat when they find themselves in a favorable position to win. Even if the path ahead leads to ruin, we're tempted by the delicious bait in front of us and end up diving right in. Therefore, unless I, the world champion, declare this in advance, most of my comrades won't accept my retreat order. I see. So basically, you got scared at the last minute. But in this world, I'm not a world champion. I'm just an ordinary girl who works as a medic. As expected, Gamuji muttered, "How stupid," and started walking down the path. Okay, if you're scared I'll go first. No, I won't allow it. I'll have Gamuji join me in a surprise attack on the enemy's rear. Even a rookie like you can greatly affect the chances of us breaking through the defense line with your absence. What an idiot. Where did you get the idea to fight the enemy from? He threatened me for stopping him from going any further, then he walked away with anger in his eyes. Beyond that was the vision of death I felt earlier. It's no use. He has crossed over the point where I could help him. At the same time, I finally realized the true nature of the discomfort I've been feeling. Looking closely, the stone alleyway was scorched in some places. Watch out, Gamuji. What? Immediately afterwards, a magic circle appeared in the alleyway he was walking through, causing flames to rise up. Gamuji's face contorted in fear. It's a stationary magic circle trap. Most likely, our side set this up. At first glance, it seems like a side path that allows our enemies to flank behind the defense line, but it's actually a trap set by our allies. With his lower body engulfed in flames, he collapsed to the ground while writhing in pain. If he continues this, he'll set off the other magic traps likely placed nearby and his entire body will be charred. Gamuji, grab my hands. I quickly took a step forward and reached out to him. Ouch. Don't act violently. Breathing heavily and looking desperate, he grabbed onto my hands. There is a big difference in weight, but I've been doing physical training for the past 6 months. Enjahit. I pulled him with all my strength I could muster. A fully equipped soldier weighs over 100 kilograms. No matter how much I trained, it'll be hard to pull him out of there easily. For some reason, Gamuji was lighter than expected, so I'm able to pull him out of there easier than I'd thought. He flew towards me with a lot of momentum, and I ended up with minor burns myself. Hi. Are you okay, Gamuji? Apparently the path was wet and we were able to slide along it. Just how lucky is this guy? My legs. Normally, it would not be surprising if he died in this situation. Conveniently for him, the road was muddy. There was a huge amount of blood left in his wake. I can't feel my legs. What happened to me? I see. Yes, there are traps like that. A vicious trap magic that immobilizes soldiers with a single blow, blowing off their legs with an explosion. What happened to my legs? Both of Gamuji's legs had been blown off and blood was still gushing out. So that's what reduced his weight. That explains why I was able to pull him out so easily. I don't have my backpack on me right now. There were no burners to cauterize his legs, no bandages to stop the bleeding, nothing. And there was only one way to help him. Ouch. Give me some treatment, senior. I had to use my remaining magical power to stop the bleeding with a healing spell. Having run out of medical resources, this healing magic is my trump card. But, is it really worth healing him after he ignored my orders and went ahead, losing both his legs? First of all, even if I heal Gamuji, would it be possible to break through the enemy front lines while carrying him? No, I don't want to die. Why are you just staring at me blankly? Are you planning to abandon me? Damn it. I'm sorry, I'll do anything. Help me, please heal me. With blood still leaking from the remains of his legs, he crawled pleading at my feet. My child was just born. I can't die in a place like this. Damn it, I was just on the patrol and suddenly got conscripted. I can't afford to risk my life for the citizens. My life is only for my wife and child. Well, in the first place, if you guys on the front lines just fought properly I wouldn't have to go through this. I'll curse you. And if I die, I'll haunt you for the rest of your life. Treat me, that's your duty, you worthless soldier." Even though he was probably almost out of strength, Gamuji's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed the hem of my dress and vented his frustration. I have no idea what to say to him. The only thing I can say is that I have no reason or obligation to treat him. My wife is waiting for me to come home. I still have to support my son. It was a war you guys waged on your own accord. You cowards who were defeated miserably and fled to Marshdale. I am now the only person in this world who can save Gamuji's life. I'm sure there is a family somewhere in this world who believes he will survive. You idiots, don't make the civilians clean up your mess after you lose. No matter how much you curse at me, I have no choice but to abandon him here. I stood there frozen as the charred man mustered all his strength and screamed at me. Chapter 35. In this hell, I've had to assess the value of life many times. There are lives that can be saved and lives that can't. Lives that aren't cost-effective to save and lives that are. I feel like, without even realizing it, I've been viewing human life quite lightly. A hopeless soldier with vacant eyes screaming for someone to save him. I continued to deal with people like that over and over again. Say something, Senior. If I were in my normal state, I would have decided to abandon him. There is no benefit from healing Gamuji here. Despite being warned that he would be abandoned if he disobeyed orders, he ended up losing both his legs. Right now he would only be a burden. Please don't abandon me. There is no reason to help. That magic is a lifeline to me. I shouldn't waste it. I think it was because I understood this that the reason part of me kept hesitating until the very end. It's okay, Gamuji. After a few seconds of hesitation, I sighed and bent down in front of the man. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. I'm sure no one would blame me if I abandoned Gamuji here. The magical power I have left to cast one healing spell is my lifeline. Whether or not I have magical power is directly linked to my chances of survival. Just take deep, slow breaths. Okay. Heal. Despite this, I used my last bit of magical power to use healing magic to stop the bleeding from Gamuji's leg. Abandon this guy here. Find another way to survive. Although my fighting power would decrease, I could try to think of something to salvage the situation and survive. That was probably the correct decision. Well, have you calmed down, Gamuji? Yeah. Well, have you learned your lesson? I expect you to follow my orders from now on. There's nothing more lenient than this. I remember laughing at myself for letting my bad habit of helping others reach this point. If you promise to listen to me from now on, I'll carry you with me. Oh, yeah. I swear I'll listen to you. All right. I used up almost all of my magical power treating the rookie soldier who couldn't even move his legs. Right now, I only have enough magical power left to use one more shield. Now that I've lost both my magical powers and medical resources, I was reduced to a helpless 15-year-old girl. Was it worth paying such a price to heal him? In that case, please leave the rest to me, Senior. But thinking back, at that time, it wasn't out of conscience or compassion that I healed him. It was something else. I think it was the result of following my intuition, or rather, the voice of someone inside my head. In this extreme situation, someone inside me was showing me the optimal actions to take in order to survive. Perhaps that someone realized that healing the injured Gamuji and borrowing his strength was the best solution for my survival. That's why I used the last of my precious magical power to heal Gamuji. Section. Even after using magic to stop the bleeding in both his legs, he still looked quite exhausted. He still seemed conscious, but his eyes were blank. He's lost a lot of blood. It'll be dangerous to move him. Do your arms work? Yes. Then I'll have you wait around the corner. With that, I stood up and carried him on my back. I can't ask a rookie in this condition to do anything difficult. Hey, what are you planning to do? We're heading to neutralize the enemy by outflanking them. Are you stupid? How could the two of us do that? We'll be killed soon if we can't get through there. So I gave him easy-to-understand work that even a newbie could do. His job is to wait on the corner and shoot when the enemy comes. Is there no other way but to break through there? Yeah. If we had just one grenade, things would be a lot easier. Unfortunately, there were no grenades among the bodies we came across thus far. We might be able to find a grenade from the many corpses lying around the main street, but the risk of being seen in a public place is too high. I was wearing a blood-stained white dress. I would definitely stand out if I showed up in the main street. The strategy of throwing a grenade in their rear and wiping them out isn't realistic. In that case, the only option left is to launch a surprise attack from behind using the weapons we have on hand, a handgun and a rifle. Since we managed to get behind the enemy without being spotted, we should make the most out of this opportunity. I'll lure out the enemies. You shoot the ones that take the bait. Ah, yeah. Just don't shoot me by mistake. One of the surefire winning strategies in a gunfight is to flank the enemy. It's the most powerful tactic in FPS games, sneaking up on your enemy from behind before they notice you. I have no experience with shooting. You're probably the only one here who can handle a rifle properly. I've never actually shot anyone. Well, at least you know how to shoot. I'm a medic, so I don't know how to handle a gun. I probably won't be able to reload it on my own. This gun is single shot, right? One shot and it's useless. Ah, yeah. To begin with, this handgun stolen from the enemy was a single shot gun, likely a spare in case their rifle broke, or a tool to be used in an emergency close quarters combat. No matter how hard I try, I'll only be able to kill one person. You're our main force. I'm counting on you, Gamuji. Other than getting him to fight with me, I had no way of breaking through to the front line from the start. From the sounds of things, it appears there are around 10 enemy soldiers in that location. 10 people. We kept our heads down and moved towards their rear. The enemy was probably a platoon. Judging from the presence, I estimated about 10 people. It's impossible. There's no way we can break through that. If we can't do it, we die. That's all there is to it. That's ridiculous. Hey, you don't plan on using me as a decoy to escape on your own, do you? If that's my intention, I wouldn't bother using my precious magical power to help you. I wouldn't do something so heartless. I'll charge in alone. Given the performance of this handgun, no matter how hard I try, I can only take down one person. Ah, yeah. So you will wait and shoot the soldiers that chase me into the alley. After giving him that order, I grabbed the small handgun. It's a real gun that's never even been fired, with only one shot. I don't necessarily need to hit the enemy with this. It's enough to make them feel threatened by my presence. I'm just the decoy. The main player is waiting around the corner ready to shoot any pursuers. Though, if I can be a little greedy, I'd like to take someone down with this one shot. Well then, please get ready. After glancing at Gamuji sitting in the dark alleyway, with my blood-stained dress fluttering in the wind, I quietly walked towards the enemy's position. Section. The strong scent of gunpowder was blowing in the wind. I don't need to hide my presence. I boldly appear behind the enemy's back. Just off the back street there was a large house. It seems the enemy is stationed in the garden of the house. There are 7 of them. I peered over the fence to see what was going on. There aren't any enemy soldiers aware of what's behind them. Well, I don't think anyone would expect an enemy to suddenly appear from behind in this sort of situation. After all, the main street behind them is already under the control of the Sebastian army. The enemy is firing at Austin's soldiers while using the stone walls surrounding the houses as cover. It appears they're using the garden of a wealthy person's house as a firing range. Indeed, the walls of the house were low and at a height that made it easy for soldiers to fire. It was also surrounded on all sides, so it made the ideal base. They found a good spot. Now, I'm grateful for the situation where I have walls on all sides. Just by lying down, I can avoid enemy bullets. Slowly, before the enemy notices, I take out my handgun and point it at a man who appeared to be the commander standing ahead of me. How much recoil is there? The wind gun I was given previously has almost no recoil since the recoil is controlled by magic. However, this is a real gun. Considering my lack of strength, it would be best to aim lower. Whether it hits the target or not, it's all good. I aimed at the heart of the enemy soldier who seemed to be giving out orders and I fired a real gun for the first time in my life. In conclusion, I hit the target pretty well. Though, the recoil was stronger than I expected. I didn't hit him in the heart, but I did manage to shoot the enemy frontline commander in the left shoulder. His lungs were probably punctured. Unless there are medics on the front lines, he's going to bleed out. Considering it was my first time shooting, I'd say it turned out pretty good. Now then. The enemies turned towards me with frightened looks on their faces. They realized that I was an enemy. This way. Immediately, as planned, I crouched down and ran toward the back alley. I wonder if they'll follow me down the back alley like this. Shouts in foreign language. The panicked voices of the enemy echo through the alleyways. Soon after, I sensed the presence of several enemies clinging to the wall of the back alley. Of course, they wouldn't just thoughtlessly follow me into an alleyway. Then all I have to do is make it so they have no choice but to pursue me. An enemy threw a grenade at me right after I fled into the alley. This was also expected. On the Western Front, we'd also use grenades when an unexpected enemy appeared behind us. It'd be one thing on a spacious battlefield, but I'll show you what happens if you carelessly use a grenade in such close proximity. Shield. I used all of my remaining magical power to make a shield appear in front of the enemy soldier who had thrown the weapon. There are two types of grenades, timed and impact-based. It seems the grenade the enemy threw was the latter. The grenade thrown by the enemy hit the shield I had deployed while hiding in the alleyway and caused a huge explosion. My goal with that explosion wasn't to destroy the enemy, but to destroy the wall that separated us from them. Yes, due to the enemy's careless grenade, they ended up collapsing an important wall of their own base. Now, there was nothing left to block the alley where we were hiding and the enemy's base. By the way, an enemy got caught in the blast and was seriously injured. Now there are 5 enemies remaining. This was the situation I wanted to create. From the enemy's perspective, this means that an enemy with a gun has gotten behind you and can snipe you while hiding in the alley at any time. It would be insane to continue firing at the Austin soldiers in front when your rear is compromised. But they also just saw what happens if they throw grenades at us. So I read that the enemy would definitely come in to eliminate us. The enemy's decision was quick, and 2 soldiers immediately charged towards us. They probably didn't realize I was just a useless soldier who'd already run out of ammunition and magic. It seems they properly viewed me as a dangerous enemy. This way. I found myself facing the Sebastian soldiers head-on in a narrow alley. My magical power is depleted now, so I can't even put up a shield. I put on a brave front and smile innocently at the enemy. The outfit I'm wearing right now is a pure white dress. Stained red with blood in places, it stands out conspicuously. If I were to stand boldly at the end of the alley, smiling at them, how would the enemy react? Would they even notice the rookie soldier at the corner of the alley, leaning against the wall without a leg? Now, Gamuji, before the enemy could aim their guns, Gamuji fired his rifle at the enemy soldiers. This guy has a nasty personality. Since this was a matter of life and death, I was confident that he would give it his all. We did it. I got them. Coughing up blood, the wounded enemy soldiers glare at Gamuji. In the final moments of the Sabbath's winning battle, they ends up dying in combat. Surely, they must harbor tremendous regrets. Facing this fierce enemy, sorry, but die for my sake. Gamuji pulls the trigger without any hesitation. With this, there are only 3 enemy forces remaining. If we can just defeat them, we can take control of the base. Our fighting force is just Gamuji and myself. We took the weapons and ammunition from the Sebastian soldiers we killed earlier. Although our force consisting of a rookie and a medic is small, it's just enough because these 3 remaining enemies are all that's left. Once we defeat them, we'll have secured the base. We have the Sebastian soldiers surrounded. A situation in which you must pay close attention to both front and rear is a dire predicament that the best troops can be annihilated in. Now's the time. Both enemy soldiers are facing forward. Take the shot. Got it. Here I go. Perhaps shaken by the sight of their comrades being shot dead right in front of them, the Sabbath soldiers in front of us are unsure on what to die. Seizing the moment, I urged Gamuji forward to shoot one of them. Now, only one enemy remains. They can't possibly watch their front and back at the same time. This is the harsh reality of being surrounded. Well, then, Gamuji, it's about time we charge into ally territory. Keep firing while I cover you. What? We're running out of time. Sabbath forces will soon be pushing towards us from the main street. What? The Sabbath has control of the main street behind us, so we're surrounded just as much. If word of their front lines being on the brink of collapse reaches the rear, reinforcements should arrive promptly. I've had a strong feeling of impending doom for a while now, and it looks like I'm reaching my limit. Please, Gamuji, charge in and take down the last enemy at the base. If you don't, we'll have to run through the front lines with bullets flying around us and enemy soldiers at our backs. Hey, are you out of your mind? Gamuji, you're my shield. I'm counting on you to take those bullets from behind. If you don't want to get shot, do it. Damn it all. The plan I came up with worked pretty well, but it seems there was still one step missing. I have a feeling that Sabatian soldiers will be gathering here soon. We must rush out immediately and engage the Sabatian soldier in front of us. Although this is currently the strategy with the highest survival rate, I feel like there's a 90% chance that we'll die. Let's go. Oh. Gamuji and I ran out into the alley, fleeing from the presence of the enemy closing in behind us. The enemy turned towards me with a shocked look on his face and pointed his gun at me. Hi. A bullet grazed my stomach, and another pierced through Gamuji's arm. We were lucky that it wasn't a fatal blow to us. However, the bullet that pierced Gamuji's arm was the one holding the rifle. Damn it, what are you doing? I was hit. It hurts. There was a loud clang. Gamuji dropped our vital lifeline, his rifle, on the ground. Obviously, I don't have the time to go and pick it up. The enemy had already turned their guns on us again. And this time, it was right on target. With the heavy burden on my back, I had no means of dodging. It seems my retreat plan has failed. I thought I was putting up a decent fight, but, well, the conditions were practically impossible from the start. Next time, I'll have to strategize better. No. There won't be a next time for me. This war isn't a game. The smell of gunpowder, the pain of burns, they're all real. The bullets the enemy shoots at me are real too. I was a fool until the end. Thinking I could survive a real war using experiences from a video game was beyond presumptuous. I tried my best to survive in my own way, but it seems this is as far as I can go. I'm sorry for wasting the life that had been supported by so many people. Before I die, I at least wanted to know if everyone from the orphanage was safe. Keep running, Touri. Yes, at that time when I was prepared for death, I heard the voice of a harsh, frightening, yet reliable soldier. Let's get out of here. The man swung down his sword and cut down the enemy soldier, pointing a gun at me in half. Despite blood flowing from his shoulder and bandages wrapped around his abdomen, he stood there calmly. Platoon leader Garbak. Meech, you're lucky you survived. I panicked and ran towards him. I don't know why he's here or why he's come to help me. The only thing I can say is that being behind platoon leader Garbak is the safest place on the battlefield. Why are you? The orders from the major were to assist the wounded in retreat and maintain the front line. If it weren't for that order, I wouldn't bother helping you, you idiot. With that said, the platoon leader silently ran off. Thank you very much, platoon leader. Seeing his back was incredibly reassuring. Exhausting the last of my strength, I followed behind the most reliable man on the battlefield. Chapter 36. Gamuji and I were protected by joining the Garbak platoon, which happened to be stationed in the direction we retreated. The platoon leader apparently realized it was me engaged in combat with the enemy forces while disguised as a civilian. Girl. He reportedly charged towards us, annihilating the enemy unit as he went. Command of Touri shall be assumed by me, the platoon leader who provided protection. Private Gamuji shall return under my command. I understand. And so, after a long absence, I returned to the Garbak platoon. Escorted by the Garbak platoon, we managed to leave the hellish city of Marshdale. This concludes my report, platoon leader Garbak. After escaping Marshdale, we reunited with our allies who had already taken up position. During that time, I was able to hear from my comrades about what Garbak platoon had been doing since I had left. The Garbak platoon, which had made a name for itself on the Western Front, is said to have also performed heroic work at Marshdale. Their strength was evident even within the fort, where they fought off many enemy soldiers who charged at them. They greatly boosted the morale of our allies. Today too, Garbak platoon was serving as rear guard in the most intense part of the fighting, holding out without any casualties. I see. Is there anything else you want to report, Touri? There is not. It seems that it was platoon leader Garbak's orders to set up the magic circle in that alley. The magic circle was deliberately not powerful enough to kill the victim instantly, only powerful enough to blow off their legs. It was a devious trap aimed at causing secondary damage to the rescuers. It is said that those traps resulted in several soldiers, including Gamuji, being injured and forced to retreat. A magic circle is a weapon similar to a landmine. The magic circle is designed to explode when it comes into contact with something. It can be set up by a sapper. After arriving in Marshdale, Gamuji and a sapper named Yacht were transferred to the Garbak platoon in my place, who had been recruited by medical headquarters. Sappers are members of the military that specialize in supporting combat by setting traps and equipment such as barbed wire. It seems platoon leader Garbak was able to bring out the full potential of Yacht, a sapper who normally wouldn't be included in an assault unit. Well then, grit your teeth, Touri. I heard that the platoon leader strongly requested Major Renville to deploy sappers if urban warfare was anticipated. Although it was as selfish a request as ever, the Major, who felt guilty for poaching me, readily accepted it. Thud. While I was thinking such carefree thoughts, I was punched in the solar plexus by platoon leader Garbak. A dull pain and rising nausea shake my body. I understand the situation. I think there is ample room for leniency in your use of a handgun to shoot the enemy. Yes, thank you very much, platoon leader. But this is definitely a violation of military regulations. It's completely unacceptable for a medic to be armed and fire a gun. Accept this as your punishment. Thank you for your guidance. When platoon leader Garbak heard that I had used a handgun during the retreat, he punched me with all his might. It seems he understood that it was necessary for us to retreat, but military rules are military rules. I guess he hit me as a punishment. You and Gamuji are forbidden from receiving any treatment. Touri, stay put with Gamuji on your back. Yes, platoon leader. I'm going to see the Major. Touri, Gamuji, you two wait for further orders. And behind me, having been beaten up, Gamuji lay sprawled, battered and barely breathing. He too had fallen victim to platoon leader's iron-fisted discipline. It hurts. Come on, let's go. Before I reported, Gamuji had already been swiftly pummeled by the platoon leader. Well, it's his own fault, so it doesn't matter. I'll try not to touch the broken bones as much as possible, so please hold on. What's wrong with that guy? Something's not right. Oh, Gamuji, you noticed too? As the platoon leader had instructed, I stood up carrying the teary-eyed Gamuji on my back. We then waited for the platoon leader to return from reporting to Major Renville. We are currently retreating from Marshdale towards the capital, and can't afford to rest for too long. I'm sure he'll be back soon. There's no need to go so far on someone who is seriously injured. Sniff. I could feel Gamuji's tears, snot, and blood running down my back. It made me feel quite uncomfortable. Did he include this as punishment? Besides, I can't believe he'd hit you for shooting the enemy in that situation. He's out of his mind. Hey, is your instruction finished, Shorty? Rodri. It's been a while. Yeah. Rodri, who had been watching the corporal punishment between me and Gamuji from afar, spoke to me. It's been a week since we last spoke, and seeing his face makes me feel relieved. Oh, Rodri. Your arm is cut. A bullet just grazed me. Are you okay? Did you disinfect it properly? Don't need to. Besides, there's no disinfectant out on the front lines. No, you can't just ignore it because it's a minor cut. Please rinse the wound with drinking water or something. Yes. Senior. There's a severely injured person covered in bruises and fractures on your back, you know? Rodri didn't appear to have any serious injuries. He had a few scratches, but they were all minor. He has naturally sharp instincts and good reflexes. I've never actually seen him suffer any serious injuries even during training. However, I was worried because Rodri can be reckless when it comes to helping others. I'm glad he wasn't injured. So, Shorty, did you notice too? Yes. You're talking about the platoon leader, right? Yeah. Rodri was whispering into my ear. There's something that's been bothering me for a while now. You talking about Garbak? What's wrong with that crazy platoon leader who beats a severely injured person? Yeah, that's right, Gamuji. The platoon leader is acting strange. Seriously, he's totally out of it. Yeah, no doubt about it. That guy's gone crazy. Even though he already left, we gossiped quietly behind his backs so the platoon leader wouldn't hear. The platoon leader earlier was a bit off. That was way too lenient for breaking military rules. Really? Pointing out a military violation and then just punching me in the solar plexus is too lenient for a platoon leader. Perhaps he were also considerate because we're in the middle of a retreat. But if that's the case, he could have just imposed strict sanctions once we reach the capital. It was nothing short of kind of him to lightly hit me on the way out and atone for my sins. Looks like the platoon leader's conscience has finally awakened. Perhaps he was originally a kind person. I was prepared to get covered in bruises, but being punched once by him was unexpected. Normally, kind people don't beat up injured people, right? Gamuji, taken aback, retorted from my back. If we think about it by normal standards, the assault certainly seems severe, but if we think about it by the platoon leader's standards, today's assault was extremely lenient. That being said, I feel like his treatment towards Gamuji was quite lenient even by normal standards. Because Gamuji, you've been spared despite deserting in the face of the enemy, which is ridiculously lenient. I was sure he were going to shoot you on the spot and leave you for dead. What? Unable to endure the fear of charging at the platoon leader's back, Gamuji apparently fled alone. However, he encountered enemy soldiers while fleeing and ran around the area, eventually meeting up with me. Deserting in the face of the enemy is punishable by death. Why did Gamuji think he would be allowed to live? You've got to be kidding me. It's true. He was being unnaturally lenient, nothing like what you'd expect from the platoon leader. Well, he did it out of consideration for Touri. Hello, Senior Alan. While Rodri and I were feeling disgusted by the change in platoon leader Garbak, Senior Alan came up to us with a wry smile and spoke to us. It seems he survived too. Touri risked her life to carry Gamuji and save him. He didn't want to shoot him and create discord. I see. Especially since Touri was pretty emotional the other day. Considering we're in the middle of a retreat, I think he's trying to avoid that kind of risk. Oh, I get it now. According to Senior Alan, the main reason he didn't kill Gamuji was for my sake. It seems he didn't want to deal with the complaining from a rookie like me. I am a soldier too. I understand the importance of military discipline. He didn't have to be so considerate. Senior, the way you put it makes it sound like you wouldn't have minded if I had died. And Touri, you're directly under the major now. He probably doesn't want to hear unnecessary comments. Ah. Come to think of it, I'm no longer a medic in Garbak platoon, but a direct subordinate of Major Renville. Although I'm a lower rank than platoon leader Garbak, I'm in a position to report freely to the major if I desire. It seems I unwittingly acquired the role of Corporal Verdi. Sorry for showing you an embarrassing side of myself earlier. It's unavoidable as long as you're human. With more life experience, you'll be able to handle things without losing your composure. Thank you. I won't let myself get emotional anymore. Haha, as long as you're the one saying those words, Touri, it's impossible. Emotions are more troublesome and difficult to control than you think. Instead of aiming not to get emotional, aim to become aware of your emotions when they arise. I see. So, rather than suppressing my emotions, I need to come to terms with them. This means a lot coming from the experienced Senior Alan. That's right, Senior. It's often easier in life to hide your true feelings, especially when fooling idiot. And as expected, I questioned Gamuji's character. Maybe it was also a reward for Gamuji for allowing Touri to retreat. Balancing the merits and demerits, perhaps he resolved it with physical punishment. I see. Then it was worth risking my life. I think you caused more trouble if anything. Senior, this is the first time I've seen someone treated so coldly by Touri. Well, whatever the reason, if the platoon leader has decided to let him live, I just have to obey. I have no intention of going against platoon leader Garbak. Although the command structure has shifted, I'm certain I'll never be a match for him for the rest of my life. Section. Hey, Touri. What is it, platoon leader? Platoon leader Garbak returned after a few minutes. He stood in front of me, looked down at me, and gestured with his finger to follow him. I'll bring you to the major. Follow me. Understood. Platoon leader Garbak still had his usual expressionless face and a sullen tone of voice. Considering the unusually lenient punishment, he doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. Platoon leader Garbak and I walked side by side through the dark camp. I have to confess that just now, I was feeling light-hearted after meeting my platoon mates for the first time in a while. Another factor may have been the fact that I escaped from a desperate situation. There are so many wounded soldiers. Does it bother you? However, walking around the camp made me realize once again how dire the situation in Austin is. As we walked through the camp, many wounded soldiers were sitting in a daze. A grim scene unfolded before my eyes. Some people were lying down with bandages on their heads, some were sitting cross-legged with vacant eyes, and some had one arm hanging limply while checking their guns. There are so many of them. Who should I treat first? The platoon leader and I walked through the camp filled with wounded soldiers. Treatment is possible with medical resources such as potions and bandages, but how much did actually bring with us? The people here don't need any treatment. The seriously injured ones who can't withstand combat have been transported away first. Oh, I see. The ones here now are those who still have the strength to fight. They're preparing for enemy pursuit. It didn't seem like it, but the injured men sitting here were judged to have only relatively minor injuries and were soldiers who were not allowed to retreat to the rear. This means that there must be many more seriously injured people being transported behind the scenes. Mr. Kumar must be desperately trying to save their lives right now. Is it really possible for us to fight with so many injured people? If you're told to do something, you have to do it. That's the role of a soldier. Even if it means your right arm gets blown off or your whole body gets set on fire, you have to carry out your orders. Platoon leader Garbak snorted. It's true that this person can fight no matter how injured he is, but how can regular soldiers? Well, there probably won't be any more fighting. Really? Yeah. The platoon leader spat these words out with a bitter look on his face. As I was puzzled over his muttered remark. Look, there he is. Soon I saw a large man sitting on a rock. It was Major Renville. So you're here, Medic Touri. Major Renville, I'm glad you're safe. He looked at my face and visibly relaxed. It's all thanks to you. You're the one who saved me. He then smiled broadly and shook my hand with joy. From the looks of things, the Major doesn't appear to have any serious injuries. It was worth risking my life to treat him. You've done really well, Garbak. Just tell me what rank you want, and I'll use my authority to promote you as much as you like. I don't want to be promoted like that on a sinking ship. Don't be shy. What about my position as Major? That's too much for me to handle. Major Renville continued speaking in a joking tone, in stark contrast to the sulky platoon leader. Major, you're the kind of person who never loses their calm, no matter how hopeless the situation. Medic First Class Touri reporting. I shamefully managed to survive and return. I will once again be under the command of Major Renville. No need for that. You just have this man escort you. Understood. The Major has relinquished command to the platoon leader once again. Does this mean I'm being fired because I got injured and am no longer useful? Oh, there's no need to look at me like that. Since there won't be any more fighting anyway, I'm telling you to withdraw to the capital with our comrades. There really will be no fighting, then? Yeah. After saying that, the Major quietly closed his eyes and smiled. Even Major Renville, like platoon leader Garbak, has declared that there will be no more fighting. May I ask you a question, Major Renville? What's the matter, Medic Touri? What do you mean, there will be no fighting? Oh, so you haven't heard from Garbak yet? The Major responded to his question. With crystal clear eyes, he simply answered. Earlier, the government issued an unconditional surrender declaration to the Sabbath Federation. And then, upon hearing the Major's words, "The war is over. I learned that my home country Austin had been defeated." Chapter 37. Unconditional Surrender. One of the most humiliating outcomes of a war. After the Sylph Offensive broke through the Western Front, the Sabbath Federation invaded Austin, committing massacres while plundering the country. During this time, our government seemed to be desperately trying to negotiate a ceasefire with the Sabbath to no avail. And today, with the fall of Marshdale, the Austin government has reportedly decided to offer unconditional surrender. I see. The government's announcement of unconditional surrender became known to all Allied soldiers that evening. With this, we will be treated as a colony of Sabbath. However, even so, is it finally over? The soldiers' reactions were not solely those of sorrow and despair. Many soldiers looked dazed, as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. The final issue is when the news of our unconditional surrender will be conveyed to the front lines of the Sabbath. The day after the government declared unconditional surrender, I was once again summoned to Major Renville's quarters with platoon leader Garbak. According to reports from soldiers scouting Marshdale, Sabbath forces are still burning down the surrounding villages and are preparing to pursue us. The enemy still seemed intent on continuing their invasion. Does this mean the battle isn't over yet? Yes, this is our final task. However, this is something to be expected. Unlike my previous life, most communication devices in this world are magical. Their effective range is said to be only a few kilometers at most. Given the speed Sabbath has been marching through our lands, I don't think that their communications infrastructure is fully established. It is inevitable that there would be some lag between the time the government's written statement is received by Sabbath bureaucrats and the time the ceasefire order is sent to the front line. Even if we shout that we're surrendering unconditionally, it might look like a ploy to make them retreat. So, until the upper echelons on their side issue a ceasefire order, we'll remain in a state of conflict. Yes. At the earliest, our unconditional surrender document will be handed over today. I'm not sure about their communication network, but complete hostilities might not stop until tomorrow or later. In the worst case, it could take several days. After saying this, Major Renville sighed. We've loudly proclaimed our unconditional surrender, but it hasn't been put to writing. At this stage, the enemy's frontline commanders will accept unconditional surrender at face value, and would likely suspect it's false information intended to make them retreat. Our battle will continue until the ceasefire order is issued from Sabbath's higher-ups. So, what do you intend to do? We will continue to scout for enemy invaders while we retreat at the pace of the enemy. Can we not hurry up and run farther away? If we run away at full speed, it will only increase the damage to the surrounding villages. It would be better for us to retreat while keeping them on their guard. Well, we're not going to fight anymore anyway. The Major laughed wearily. The enemy has also suffered their fair share of damage. They won't be pursuing us before taking a breather after seizing control of Marshdale. They'll likely regroup and then pursue us. I think so too. So there's no need to panic and run away with our tails between our legs. In fact, we need to keep the enemy on guard and prevent them from killing more civilians. It would be bad if we weren't within the enemy's line of sight. It seems this will be our final job. We're Austin soldiers. Even after declaring unconditional surrender, we must act for the people. It's a somewhat dangerous task, but that's likely Major Renville's way of maintaining his pride as a soldier. Garbak, I'll leave you at the rear again. I don't think it'll happen, but if you do come into contact with the enemy, make sure you handle it properly. Got it, Major? Even if you engage in combat, don't kill the enemy, okay? It'll be bad if they doubt our intention to surrender. That's unreasonable of you to ask. Then it seemed the Major had called us in to deliver his orders. Garbak platoon is the only ace unit remaining under Major Renville's command. As expected, they're assigned to the most dangerous place. Also, Medic First Class Touri, you should start thinking about what you're going to do after the war. What I'm going to do. At the end, the Major seemed to remember something and gave me some advice. After the war, the military will undoubtedly be disbanded. You, having lost your family and hometown, will be left all alone in the world. That's the grim fate of a girl without backing. If you don't get someone to protect you, you might end up kidnapped by desperate people and sold to the Sabbath as a slave. That's unsettling. Certainly, it's exactly as the Major says. A young girl like me living alone and with no relatives would make an easy target for kidnappers. But I don't have anyone I can rely on. Well, I suggest you rely on someone like Tokuma. He's a healthcare provider you've been involved with and a respected healer. He'll likely have some influence even after the war. Alternatively, relying on someone from your platoon might be a good idea. I see. In truth, I'd like to take care of you at my house as a token of my gratitude, but that might be a bit difficult. The Major patted my head and continued speaking as if he were doting on a grandchild. I suppose I'll be held responsible for this. Yes. The Major in front of me will likely receive considerable punishment from the enemy country after the war. Major Renville was a frontline commander with a wide area of influence and was responsible for the deaths of many Sabatian soldiers. It's likely he won't survive this. Major, why don't you run away somewhere? I want to run away. That's why I've been asking Garbak since yesterday if he'd like to become Major. That position is beyond me. But he just keeps insisting like this. He really doesn't have enough respect for his boss. Heh. Major Renville laughed uncontrollably. Well, think about it carefully. Surely you still have a long life ahead of you. Major. That's all. Please don't waste the life you've fought desperately for. With that, the old veteran smiled gently as he saw me off. Section. The enemy is also pursuing us, albeit slowly. As I thought. It looks like they're waiting for supplies to fully prepare before attacking. It's the second day of keeping watch over the Sabatian soldiers stationed in Marshdale. The enemy finally set out towards us, who were stationed on the outskirts of Marshdale. It seems the enemies taking control of the nearby villages are prioritizing us. The order is to retreat. We must retreat before they can catch up with us. Understood. As expected, it seemed that the news of our surrender hadn't reached them. The Sabatian soldiers are breathing heavily and aiming their long-range guns and magical attacks at us. I wonder if we'll be running non-stop today. Don't know, ask the enemy. Fortunately, Gamuji was quickly transported to the capital yesterday as a wounded soldier. That was a very close call. It would be extremely stressful for me to have to run all day with that guy on my back spewing complaints. It'd be stupid to die here. Run as if your life depended on it. The battle that day was a dull one. The Sabatian soldiers fired from a long distance as Austin's troops desperately fled from the effective range of the artillery. The Sabatian army pursued us as we desperately tried to flee. The Sabatian soldiers, well supplied and with high morale, advanced at a fair speed, but the Major had positioned us with a considerable margin of safety so that the enemy artillery fire didn't reach. In the end, they were able to put some distance between them before sunset and where they had to halt their advance. Now that I think of it, don't we have our own mage unit? It seems that they retreated first, using the Major's authority. He claimed they were out of magic stones. There seemed to be plenty of them in Marshdale. Guess the Major just loves his daughter. While we were retreating, I suddenly thought it would be easier if our friendly forces could fire warning shots at the enemy using magic. It seems that the Major has already ordered the mage unit led by Lieutenant Arya to retreat. No matter what you say, that guy is soft on his family. Is that true? Isn't it bad for the Major to mix business with personal matters, platoon leader? Don't think about unnecessary things. Regardless of mixing personal matters, military orders are military orders. Platoon leader Garbak spat out, clicking his tongue. Major Renville seems like a kind person, but indeed, he does seem to show favoritism towards his family. Seems like everyone has some flaws, after all. Maybe there was a deeper reason. No way. He's always been like this. Do you dislike Major Renville, Platoon Leader Garbak. Is there a point in answering that question? No, there isn't. I asked something I shouldn't have, and the platoon leader glared at me. I had a feeling that this was the case, but it seems that Major Renville and platoon leader Garbak don't get along well. Well, I really can't stand him. That's all. Is that so? He might seem kind to you, but he's an unreasonable devil. Just remembering it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. The platoon leader spoke in a rare, disgusted voice. I looked up at him in surprise and saw the platoon leader frowning. It seems he had some very bad memories related to Major Renville. In your opinion, what kind of person is the Major? Major Renville is, so to speak, an ace from the days of sword fighting. He was cocky, a drunkard, violent, and yet damn strong. Because his military achievements were undeniable, no one around him was able to stop him. He truly is a tyrant on the battlefield. Reminds me of a certain someone. When he was younger, Major Renville was famous for tormenting his subordinates under the pretext of instruction. He was extremely partial to those he liked, he drank alcohol on the job without a second thought, and he did whatever he wanted. That's. Even though he became more docile after being pulled back to the rear, just seeing the Major's face is enough to make my stomach turn. It was as if a dam had burst. Platoon leader Garbak began complaining vigorously about Major Renville. I see. Now I kind of understand their relationship. And for the first time in my life, I feel like I've gotten closer to the platoon leader. Could it be that you, as platoon leader, were instructing us the same way that Major Renville instructed you? What? Why would I imitate the Major? Oh, I didn't mean anything by that. Now I can't just let that slide. When have I ever unfairly punished anyone before, Touri? Oh, sorry about that. The platoon leader was quite angry at what I had mistakenly blurted out. What should I do? Should I just say it clearly? It seems that platoon leader Garbak tends to be a little more violent than other platoon leaders. Platoon leader. In what way was Major Renville being unreasonable? Yeah, listen to this. The Major once said, I was about to yawn but then I saw your face, and punched me in the face. That's more unreasonable than I expected. He seemed kind. Was Major Renville really like that? I don't remember how many times that guy punched me for no reason. When the Major was drinking, he would punch me no matter what I did. It makes me angry just thinking about it. My condolences. I could sense deep resentment in every word that platoon leader Garbak spoke. It's possible that platoon leader Garbak's violent tendencies were inherited from Major Renville. Perhaps because of his own experiences, he mistakenly believes that severe violence is normal. However, even with such an absurd personality, his one redeeming quality was that he never lost a battle. He was a superior with a questionable head and personality, but I've never seen him in a losing position. That's the one and only aspect where I respect him. With that, platoon leader Garbak muttered a little sadly. He would bravely show himself before the enemy, get hit, and almost die. He must have a few screws loose up there. The platoon leader fell silent after complaining like this. Amidst the platoon leader's complaints, I faintly felt a sense of trust towards Major Renville's abilities. Section. The second day after the unconditional surrender. Hey, the Sabbath guys are attacking again today. Wasn't it the case that the ceasefire order will eventually arrive if we wait? Are those guys even carrying communication devices with them when they move around? The next day, the Sabbath forces pursued us in high spirits as they marched towards the capital. From what I've heard, the looting haven't shown any signs of stopping. What's up with their communication technology? Maybe the Sabbath still use carrier pigeons or something? So we lost to an army that uses carrier pigeons. Can't help but laugh at that. We continued to evade the relentless Sabatian army, feeling increasingly weary and frustrated with their refusal to cease fighting. With proper communications equipment, orders from headquarters should reach the front lines within a day. At least, this would be the case in Austin. So why is there such a long time lag? It turns out, the Sabatian forces fighting at the time had their commander on the front lines on the ground directing the troops. The commander had enough authority to invade on his own initiative, so after capturing Marshdale, He set out before receiving the telegram from headquarters saying, "We have received a declaration of unconditional surrender. Stop advancing." Unfortunately, because he was chasing us at full speed, he had exceeded the Sabbath's communication distance limit. Thus, without the news of unconditional surrender reaching the front lines. Hey, isn't it bad if they get past this point? The Sabatian army now faced the final gateway leading to the capital. If they broke through here, they would directly approach Fort Musen, which led straight to the capital. Chapter 38. Fort Musen is a small fortress designed as a gateway to the capital. Although its size as a fortress is inferior to Marshdale, it is strategically located to block mountainous paths. It functions as a fairly strong fortress. It may be possible to avoid this fort and take a detour through the forest near the capital, but that would greatly slow down the advance. If a large army were to invade, capturing this fortress is inevitable. On the other hand, once they get past this fort, they can reach Austin's capital, Wynn, without any obstacles. Quite literally, Fort Musen is Austin's last line of defense. If this point were to be breached and the capital city were to be surrounded by a modern army of mages specializing in artillery, it would likely be burned to the ground within a few days. "Major, what are we going to do? We're in a position of unconditional surrender. Even if they mistakenly burn down the capital, we can't complain. So we're just going to stand by and watch the capital burn?" "That's not what I'm saying." Major Renville was troubled by the fact that the enemy forces didn't stop their advance. "Should we leave all our remaining forces at Fort Musen to intercept the enemy?" I guess he's unsure about that decision. "I think we should have a fight to calm them down. If we fight back, it might be seen as a willingness to continue the war. That would only lead to the capital being burned." This was what bothered Major Renville the most. Even if it was to protect the capital, there's the risk that engaging in combat after unconditional surrender would raise doubts about our intention to surrender. It would be pointless if the war continued because of doing something unnecessary. The enemy is attacking us even though we surrendered unconditionally. I don't know if it's because they're using carrier pigeons to communicate, but the point is, they're not coordinating well with their central government, right? In that case, if we who were in a state of retreat couldn't communicate either, what's the issue? In contrast to the reluctant major, platoon leader Garbak insisted on fighting the enemy. They insisted on intercepting the enemy, pretending that we also had problems with their communications equipment and didn't receive word of the unconditional surrender. It's an unconditional surrender to prevent an attack on the capital. If we let them pass through here, what's the point of surrendering? After the war, the major will take responsibility and be executed. As usual, you're saying absurd things. Major Renville had already prepared himself for execution after the war. If that's the case, he doesn't have to worry about adding 2 or 3 more charges. We should engage in battle on the basis that Major Renville, who will likely be executed anyway, will be held responsible. That was platoon leader Garbak's suggestion. The soldiers who've come so close to the capital will likely be the first troops to enter the capital. If we fight back here, they'll take their anger out on the civilians. Well, we should just let the enemy win easily. The point is, we just need to fight while buying time. The plan proposed by platoon leader Garbak was, we will recruit a few dozen determined soldiers and fight back. Naturally, we will be completely crushed, but that's the point. The Sabatian soldiers will be able to annihilate us, the people they hate. If we make this sacrifice, there won't be any major damage to the city. There's no reason not to do it. This is what you would call using sacrificial pawns. It's a desperate measure that involves having a small, suicidal squad fight to buy time for the main forces to escape, like a lizard cutting off its tail and running away. Who's going to do such a job? However, the prerequisite for this is that there must be enough soldiers who are willing to sacrifice their lives fighting. Even I don't feel like ordering my subordinates to die at this moment. Oh, there's no problem. In response to Major Renville's questioning, the platoon leader replied nonchalantly, "You can just start recruiting volunteers. In my opinion, several dozen people will gather." That's the answer he gave. If we can escape from here, it will be the end of the war. We can survive this hellish battle. However, if you join this suicide unit, there's almost no chance of returning alive. They are not allowed to win and are tasked with allowing themselves to be crushed by the enemy just to buy us a little time. Who would volunteer for such a role? Well, if you say so. Let's give it a try. Following the advice of platoon leader Garbak, Major Renville decided to recruit soldiers willing to make a suicide mission. If enough people gather, they planned to use platoon leader Garbak's plan. However, if they didn't gather, he suggested abandoning the fort and fleeing. Platoon leader: honestly, I don't think soldiers will gather under such conditions. What's the matter, Touri? Not coming? I think it's too much for me to handle. Well, yeah. Whether there's a greenhorn medic like you there or not doesn't really change anything. I can't imagine that there'd be enough eccentric people to volunteer for this. I don't know what basis the platoon leader had for saying such a thing. I was even sure that no one would show up. Section. There's a total of 54 soldiers gathered here. But the reality is, they can't return alive and are not permitted to win. They're a suicide unit whose only purpose is to be killed. I would like to volunteer to help defend Fort Musen. More than 50 volunteers gathered before Major Renville. You too, Garbak? Yeah. It is common in war to sacrifice the few in order to save the many. However, I'm sure everyone thinks, I hope someone other than me gets the short end of the stick. I never imagined there would be so many soldiers willing to take the short stick themselves. Major Renville, do you mind if I take command of these guys? Sure, I'll leave it to you. With a unit this large, I can call myself a company commander. Please have an appropriate rank engraved on my tombstone. What's this about? I thought you weren't interested in rank. It's a matter of appearance. But why did these soldiers volunteer? There was a sense of relief in the air. Some soldiers even looked happy. Platoon leader. What is it, Touri? Well, why did you yourself volunteer, platoon leader? What was particularly shocking was that platoon leader Garbak volunteered to join the unit. Despite so selfishly focusing on survival, always insisting that his own survival is the greatest national interest. I had always thought that platoon leader Garbak, while not as scummy as Gamuji, was a pretty scummy person. If you don't get it, that's fine. Maybe everyone here volunteered with the same feelings as me. Don't make that face, it's pathetic. I didn't volunteer with noble intentions like sacrificing my life for the country or protecting the lives of the capital's people. However, platoon leader Garbak at that moment was undoubtedly sane. Moreover, he wore a remarkably bright and cheerful expression, as if nothing could make him happier. I'm simply staying because this is my last chance to kill those Sebastian bastards. That's all. Section. Of the 54 soldiers who volunteered, the majority were lonely soldiers without families. Alan, take my dog tag. There's no need for a will. Certainly. I understand. They each entrusted their dog tags with a brief message, some asking for their tags to be delivered to their families, while others requested to be buried in a solitary grave with a nice view. Major, leave behind only 1 day's worth of ammunition and rations at the fortress. Just 1 day? I'll be in command here. I'll make it work. The faces of the soldiers facing this desperate battle are all cheerful. Their morale is unexpectedly high, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a trench party after a victorious battle. I can't understand their feelings at all. We are just defeated remnants. Even if we sacrifice our lives here, surely no one will praise us. With no victory or honor, only a pitiful fate awaits them. How could they wear such faces? I was afraid the war would end, but I had to go back because I had a family. That is what I heard from one of the members of the Marshdale evacuation group whom I met after the war. There's a term called war neurosis. It's a collective term for various mental disorders often developed by soldiers after the war. For some reason, being a soldier brought a lot of stability in some individuals' minds. They acted under the organization's orders, and could excuse all actions during military operations as just following orders. Such soldiers were able to act while casting away their ethics and emotions, so they were often very good soldiers. But when the war ended and they returned to their daily lives, they say that the loss of their comrades in arms, with whom they had shared a common destiny, makes them feel as if they had been left alone on the battlefield. Unable to bear the pangs of conscience for the murders they committed during the war, they see hallucinations of the soldiers they had killed, eventually going insane. The mental strain that comes from being a soldier in the trenches for long periods of time, risking one's life, is unimaginable. I am a medic, and apart from killing some enemies during the retreat from Marshdale, I hadn't directly taken anyone's life. That's probably why I was unable to understand the anguish and fear that the infantrymen felt at the thought of no longer being soldiers. The only way for such people to find salvation is to die as a soldier. Platoon leader Garbak was enthusiastically barking orders at the volunteers and started preparing for interception. He was clutching his favorite liquor in one hand, his cheeks slightly flushed as he smiled. It was as if he was drinking happily at a banquet. "Thank you for everything, Platoon leader Garbak." As the members of Garbak's squad were about to leave the fortress, we bid our final farewells. "Yeah. See ya." That was the only response he gave. Those were the last words I exchanged with Platoon leader Garbak. And so, we entrusted full authority to the platoon leader and withdrew from Fort Musen. Section. Austin did not record the combat record of the 54-man squadron led by platoon leader Garbak at Fort Musen. This is because, naturally, there were no survivors to report the details of the battle. Therefore, they were officially recorded as killed in action while engaging the enemy during the retreat from Marshdale to the capital. No one in Austin knows how bravely they fought at the fortress. On the other hand, the Sabbath had detailed combat records. Upon confirming that the enemy was hiding at Fort Musen, they halted their advance. They then conducted preemptive magical bombardment using their abundant resources, collapsing Fort Musen before launching an assault to seize control. In those records, it was noted that they had taken down the ace known as the Sword Demon. Despite being riddled with bullets, he managed to cut down several soldiers who charged at him and, unable to approach, he was killed from a distance with the explosion of a hand grenade. The hatred of the Sabatian soldiers for the Sword Demon was so intense it was said that his body was mutilated beyond recognition. This was surely platoon leader Garbak's end. However, due to this counterattack, the enemy forces were delayed for 24 hours at Fort Musen. During this time, the Sabbath's communication equipment was secured, and their commander learned of our unconditional surrender during the fortress's capture. The Sabatian forces that captured Fort Musen halted their advance. If no one had resisted at the fortress, it is likely that the looting and massacres by the enemy forces would have continued. In other words, platoon leader Garbak and his men gave their lives to buy time in order to protect the capital city. Surely, that was the true intention of the 54 members who remained at the fortress. Chapter 39. We left Fort Musen behind and retreated for 2 days. Finally, I'm back. We, the remnants of Austin's army, were finally able to return to the capital, Wynne. Mother, oh, yacht. You've made it back safely. Dozens of citizens had gathered near Wynne's main gate to welcome the soldiers. They were probably the soldiers' families or acquaintances. Among the comrades, there were some who were in tears and rejoicing to be reunited with their families, some who embraced each other in silence, and some who just sat down and cried. So this is the capital. Quite glamorous. Indeed it is, Rodri. On the other hand, soldiers like myself and Rodri, who aren't from the capital, don't quite feel that same awe. It's undoubtedly more impressive than Marshdale. Since I have memories from a past life, I only thought, as expected of the capital, and not much else. Section. A large plaza was set up near the main gate of Wynne. Normally, it was a space for inspecting the wagons of traveling merchants, mercenaries, and others attempting to enter the capital. We were ordered to wait here, waiting for Major Renville, who had gone to report to the higher-ups, to return. The Major said, "I'll get you a decent reward. If we wait, we'll probably get some sort of rations. Rodri, what do you plan to do from now on?" "I'm going to my hometown in the south." "My hometown shouldn't have been burned down yet." "Is that so?" "It seems Rodri will be returning to his hometown after the war. He was originally born into a farming family in the south and had 2 siblings, so he volunteered to become a soldier to support his poor family. Do you have anywhere to go, Shorty?" "Yes. I'm thinking of using my connections and working in the medical field." I was planning to follow Major Renville's advice and talk with Mr. Kumar to get a job. Mr. Kumar will surely be entrusted to a major hospital in the capital and might be able to get me a job. There, I could leverage my experience as a medic, working as a skilled doctor specializing in treating severe injuries. In the first place, healing maids are rare, so even with my level of skill, I won't go hungry. While making a living this way, I intend to track down the whereabouts of people who have been lost from my orphanage or the field hospital. Well, I guess this is goodbye. Yes, indeed. Looking back, Rodri was the person I've grown closest to these past 6 months. He's saved my life multiple times, and being close in age and easy to talk to, we've spent a lot of time together. Having lost both my hometown and my family, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's the most important person to me now. You've saved my life many times. If there's ever anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to call on me. If you're having trouble, come visit me in the village of Dokyapuri. As comrades in arms, I'll provide you with a place to stay and some rice gruel. To be honest, parting ways with him felt a bit lonely. But the war is over now. Platoon leader Garbak was killed and the platoon will be disbanded. There is nothing connecting me to Rodri anymore. And so, the East-West War, which became a painful experience for me, came to an end with Austin's defeat. Despite losing many things in the war, I also gained many precious things from Salsa, Senior Grey, and platoon leader Garbak. I will continue to live on keeping these experiences to heart. See you later. I tightly grasped Rodri's outstretched hand. On this day, in this moment, I believed that such a future was waiting for us. Section. My dear subjects, I still dream about it sometimes. How wonderful it would have been if the war had really ended here. What's that voice? An audio broadcast, perhaps? It was about half a day after we had arrived at Win. Our feelings have been trampled upon. We, the defeated soldiers, were saying goodbye to our comrades near the main gate. A public audio broadcast in an impersonal voice reached our ears as we waited. The surrender document I submitted in shame the previous afternoon was rejected. It took me some time to grasp the meaning of that broadcast. Truly, being in the capital, I was only casually thinking about how they had a system in place for city broadcasts. The enemy forces have already resumed their advance. Citizens, take up arms and prepare for battle. However, as I gradually understood the content of that broadcast, my face turned pale. Simultaneously, from all over the capital of Win, shouts and screams began to echo. We are not even allowed to surrender. Yes. About 2 days after our surrender announcement, the Sabbath Federation rejected Austin's unconditional surrender. What do you mean, refused our surrender? This act was so atrocious that it was unthinkable even by the ethical standards of the time. Indeed, the cruel act of attacking a country that had bowed its head and begged for forgiveness was said to have been condemned even by its own people at the time. They're coming to attack us again. Are we really going to have to fight? I slumped down in bewilderment, while Rodri's face flushed red with rage. The war is still going on. The enemy will soon come to kill us. Fear overwhelmed my mind. I collapsed to the ground in a daze. If that's the case, then what did platoon leader Garbak die for? I thought the war was over. I hadn't even considered the possibility of our surrender being refused. And so, the war continues. I was so overwhelmed by this fact that I was left in a daze. Section. Why did the government of the Sabbath Federation take such an outrageous action as refusing an unconditional surrender? After the war, high-ranking Sabatian government officials from that time offered 2 possible explanations. Their first defense was this: we couldn't translate Austin's language, so we misunderstood their surrender as a call for peace. However, this claim was firmly denied by the Frontline commanders at the time. This is because the commanders had clearly heard the order from their superiors that unconditional surrender had been declared, so stop advancing. This poor explanation drew criticism, so it was changed midway through to, because there was an interception at Fort Musen, we decided that unconditional surrender was a ploy by the enemy. This explanation was also criticized as being far-fetched given the battle situation in Austin at the time, but it is currently believed that this explanation was the official view of the leaders at the time. However, There was a certain rumor circulating among the citizens. The government officials refused unconditional surrender due to receiving bribes from major corporations. This theory suggests that, since the war ended abruptly, the companies would face countless cancelled orders and be left with an enormous amount of unsold military supplies. At the time, the people of the Sabbath Federation were heavily taxed and their wealth was allocated to weapons and arms. Indeed, wartime was a lucrative period for companies. Despite heavy taxation on Sabatian citizens, most of the funds flowed into the military-industrial complex. This means the government was able to purchase all wartime products with public funds. It was a favorable situation where companies continued to expand their production lines as the war dragged on for 10 years. However, the Sylph offensive brought the East-West War to an end in a flash. From a corporation's perspective, it's a problem if they have made huge investments to set up a production line only to suddenly find that demand has disappeared. With the war over, those companies anticipated a large drop in revenue. Perhaps they offered a bribe, saying, "Please continue the war until we can sell off our current stock." What a nasty rumor. Another theory is that Sylph Nova wanted the war to continue. The theory suggests that Sylph Nova came up with an absurd proposal: "We have earned too much resentment. To prevent a rebellion among the people of Austin, we should reduce their numbers to a manageable amount," and the military complied with it. However, Sylph herself has unequivocally denied this. Furthermore, at that time, she was still treated more like General Brustov's accessory, so she didn't have that kind of power. Based on later impressions of her, it seems that it wouldn't have been surprising for Sylph to say such a thing, so this theory was born from that. In any case, the reasons why the Sabatian government at the time made such a decision is unclear. However, if the rumor that they continued the war after accepting bribes from corporations were true, it would be an incredibly callous and arrogant decision. They would have allowed the massacre of Austin's people to fatten their own pockets. That's something that can never be forgiven. I see them. At this time, Wynne had very few fighting forces left. The regular soldiers, including us stragglers, numbered less than 500. Although weapons and ammunition had been transported from Marshdale, very few people had ever fired a gun. They're coming. A demonic army is coming to kill us. For the citizens of Wynne, it must have been a terrifying sight to see the spread-out forces of the Sabbath Federation approaching from afar. There's no escape, we're all in this together. Anyone who wants to strike back at those demons, step forward. By time to let the women and children escape, some citizens were brave enough to stand up. They took the weapons and ammunition that had been brought in and came to learn how to handle them from us defeated soldiers. We'll die together. If the enemy comes, we'll set this house on fire. There were also families who were so desperate that they attempted suicide together. They wanted to hold each other in their home, filled with happy memories, until their final moments. Run to the ends of the earth if we have to. Take everything you can and survive. Many people tried to flee somewhere far away, without knowing where to go. With deep despair in their eyes, they ran like mad. Amidst all that commotion, I couldn't move a single step. I felt as if I were in a dream, detached from reality. "Hey, Shorty, what are you spacing out for?" I remember Rodri shaking my shoulders persistently at that moment. "Don't just stand there dumbfounded." I'm sure I must have looked pathetic. With wide-open eyes, unable to think of anything, all I could do was gaze at the approaching Sabatian soldiers. Section. Sylph Nova was undoubtedly one of the main players in the East-West War. It is no exaggeration to say that this girl, who broke the long-standing stalemate on the Western Front and nearly brought complete victory to the Sabbath, was a genius who changed history. If the war had ended at that point, she would have been hailed as a national hero. However, in reality, in later texts, Sylph's name is always compared and mentioned alongside a certain man. Her posthumous reputation is that of the worst military leader in history. Certainly, she made numerous fatal mistakes afterwards. Though, I feel that her reputation has been significantly tarnished due to the man she's often compared to. In other words, it might be fair to say, it was because of the opponent. It is often the case that a single person can change the course of history. Just as was the case with Sylph, there is a certain probability that geniuses who greatly advance the times will appear in any place. However, many of these geniuses are misunderstood by ordinary people and never emerge into the world. Because they are not understood, their abilities remain unrecognized, and they end up dying in obscurity. The reason why Sylphnova was released into the world was the result of a series of fortunate events. Her father, Brustov, happened to be one of the most powerful men in the Sabbath military, and was also capable enough to recognize his daughter's talent. That's why geniuses who can take center stage in history are truly rare. Unlucky geniuses simply end up being forgotten by the world as eccentrics. In fact, there was one other such unfortunate genius in this era. Section. Going back one day before we retreated to Win. There was a time lag in transmitting information from the capital, and it was at this moment that the Sabatian forces declared their refusal of unconditional surrender and resumed their invasion. The Sabbath Federation, with a surplus of ammunition and weapons, poured them generously into all fronts and started their offensive, requesting permission to enter. So you're here. About 10 days before their offensive began, a male officer had been called to the command room on the southern front. It's nice to meet you, Lieutenant Colonel Henry. Thank you for your hard work, Byrne. His name is Lieutenant Byrne Valou. This officer, Byrne, graduated from the military academy with average marks and was allowed to serve as a staff officer's apprentice. However, for certain reasons, he was branded as unfit to be a staff officer a year ago and demoted to administrative duties. There was a certain reason for this. Only a year earlier, he had proposed the exact same simultaneous multi-point breakthrough operation on all fronts as Sylphnova, and was seen as a staff officer incapable of realistic operational planning. Byrne was fairly good at administrative work, so rather than being a staff officer he worked behind the scenes as a handyman on the southern front for the entire year. But 2 weeks ago, upon hearing that Austin's forces had been annihilated by Sylphnova's simultaneous multi-point strategy, Lieutenant Colonel Henry, commander of the southern front, remembered Byrne and frantically summoned him to his headquarters. Our judgment was clouded. First, allow me to apologize for our previous rudeness. The strategy proposal you once submitted was by no means off the mark. Thanks for that. And now, I'd like to hear your opinion again. What should our next move be? Commander Henry apologized for demoting Byrne to administrative duties and asked him to give his opinion. On the other hand, Byrne showed no concern about being demoted and reportedly laughed nonchalantly, saying, "I've enjoyed this year in leisure. Well, I can't say we'll win for sure, but I do have a plan that would give us a good chance." Really? When asked about his strategy for overcoming the current situation, he replied, "You know, Commander Henry, when playing consecutive rounds of rock, paper, scissors, do you know the method to increase your chances of winning?" "No, I don't know." When explaining his operational plan to his commander, he spoke casually, as if they were just chatting. It seems people tend to choose a move that can beat their opponent's last move. And, if you remember what move they made last time, your chances of winning at rock, paper, scissors would go up, right? I'm sorry, could you please be a bit more specific? What are you trying to say? Well, this is just a theory about regular people. Our opponents aren't exactly ordinary folk. With a relaxed and carefree tone, Byrne Valou continued to explain his theory at his own pace. However, no matter how long they waited, the crucial discussion about the strategy didn't come up. We're playing rock, paper, scissors with the enemy's staff officers. Their thought process is completely different from ordinary people. I'm sorry. Are you still continuing with that analogy? Yeah. However, Byrne didn't mind the soldiers around him that were starting to get irritated. He continues his speech with a cheerful air, as if he were talking about plans for a picnic. Basically, you're saying to anticipate what the enemy staff will do. It should be obvious without saying dash. Haha, you don't even need to think about that. After all, their thought process is simpler than that of commoners. I won with this move last time, so I can win with it again next time. That's the kind of foolish thing those staff officers will say with a smug look. Having said that, the young Byrne grinned and said, "With such a successful experience, the enemy will surely stubbornly repeat the same move. Well then, why don't we just wait for the other person to attack with the same tactic?" And so, the Sabbath Federation should have given this possibility a little more thought. The possibility that, Just as they had Sylph Nova, a hero who would lead the new era would appear in Austin. Sylph was a genius who catapulted the East-West War towards its advanced stages and brought her country to the brink of victory. In response to her, the young Byrne, recognized for his talent, was selected and elevated. In the upcoming war, these two would engage in numerous strategic battles, competing to see whose strategies were superior. Section. The day unconditional surrender was rejected. The only part of the Western Front where no movement had taken place was the southern sector, and the Sabbath Federation's offensive began first thing in the morning. A new commander of the Southern Sabbath forces named Newham replaced the previous commander Avum, who had resigned for not carrying out the southern assault during the Sylph offensive. Newham was eager to launch an offensive in the south, saying that he wanted to make a military achievement of his own. "I'll attack Austin completely and destroy it. At the same time, I'll use up all of our surplus military supplies." In this situation, Austin will no longer be able to maintain their fighting spirit, and victory will surely be easier than twisting a baby's arm. At the time, both Newham and the Sabbath's general staff must have been optimistic. The preliminary bombardment was over in just a few minutes. Then, without even a moment to catch their breath, the Sabatian troops let out a battle cry and charged at the Austin soldiers holed up in the trenches. As expected, Austin's troops collapsed, abandoning their trenches while fleeing in a panic. The strategy adopted by the enemy commander, Newham, was exactly the same as the Sylph offensive, a rehash of the multiple-point breakthrough tactics of invading a wide area simultaneously in a short period of time. As a result, the enemy abandoned their trenches and began withdrawal, another rehash of the Sylph offensive. See, they came with the same move. They are no longer a match for our army. Believing this, the Sabatian army charged enthusiastically into Austin's territory. The Sabatian soldiers charged forward, their hearts pounding with excitement at the prospect of the rewards of battle, plunder, destruction, and feasting in the Austin countryside. And then, just as they had broken through the rearmost trenches in the same way as they had done during the Sylph offensive, as they were about to pour into the surrounding villages. Isn't it about time? Ah! They suffered tremendous damage from concentrated artillery fire from the Austin forces, a southern force that had been patiently waiting for more than 10 days for the enemy to launch an offensive. It was truly perfect bait. They deliberately let the enemy break through the trenches, leaving them with nowhere to hide, and then concentrated fire from infantry and magic. This was the first success for the young genius Byrne, who had accurately predicted that the enemy would again attempt a simultaneous multipoint breakthrough. As Byrne himself said, there is no single right answer in trench warfare. Like rock, paper, scissors, you need to read each other. There are various strategies for attacking and defending, and each has their own merits and demerits. The multipoint breakthrough tactic is only effective against an army that has formed a defensive doctrine to prepare for a single-point breakthrough. It is by no means an all-powerful, invincible strategy. Since the key aspects of this tactic are surprise and rapid assault, its effectiveness is greatly diminished if the enemy retreats and sets up an ambush. Realizing that they had fallen into a trap, the Sabatian forces began to retreat. The key to the simultaneous multipoint breakthrough tactic is its suddenness and surprise element. This is where his true genius shone. There was no one better than Byrne at exploiting such decisive opportunities. Right now, this is the perfect chance for a surprise attack. To everyone's astonishment, he countered the retreating enemy with the very same simultaneous multipoint breakthrough tactic. It was essentially a rehash of the Sylph offensive. The southern Sabatian soldiers, who should have had the numerical advantage, were completely annihilated. It was extremely difficult to expect the enemy troops, under concentrated fire on a plain without even a trench, to calmly deal with Austin's charge. As a result, Austin broke through most of the southern front, completely switching the roles of attacker and defender as during the Sylph offensive. The Sabbath suffered over 40,000 casualties. They were no longer able to maintain the southern front, forcing them to retreat. The damage was said to surpass the deaths suffered by Austin troops during the Sylph offensive. Though, due to the Sabbath's larger military force, and in terms of the proportion of casualties, Austin would have suffered a greater loss. However, this success was enough to turn the tide of the battle. Commander Henri, you know what to do next, right? Yes, of course. This was a fatal and nightmarish outcome for the Sabatian forces. It was as if the war they had already won was brought back to square one. We'll continue heading north while attacking the enemy's supply lines. As a result of the collapse of the southern front, the Sabbath supply lines were left exposed on their flanks to burn. As the main force of the Sabbath army was steadily surrounding the capital, Win, they were relying heavily on those tenuous supply lines while going deep into enemy territory. If they lost their supply lines here, they would be stranded in the middle of hostile territory in Austin. If they do not immediately abandon the capital and retreat, the main force would be annihilated. This report of the battle plunged all of the Sabbath's frontline commanders who resumed the advance into a state of terror. They had not been conserving food or ammunition because of the abundant resources they have been receiving through well-established supply lines. In front of them, in the capital, cornered citizens were taking up firearms, while from behind them the uninjured Southern army was closing in. The Sabbath had gone from being the overwhelmingly superior invaders to being the ones trapped. The Sabbath had all but secured victory with their statement for unconditional surrender, yet they foolishly let it slip through their fingers. This blunder caused so much resentment that after the war, most of the high-ranking officials from that time were executed by the Sabbath's own citizens. On the other hand, the people of Austin rejoiced at the emergence of their new hero, showering him with cheers and praise. The Southern army, after being nearly decimated by the Sylph offensive, had been biding its time, waiting for this one chance to turn the tide. This was truly a miracle strategy that saved the nation of Austin that was on the brink of extermination. He was indeed Austin's savior. However, I still believe that it would have been much better if unconditional surrender had been accepted on that day. Although the appearance of the genius Bern Valou revitalized the Austin army, it also meant that the end of the war was pushed further away because of him. If only the war had ended that day. If only the Sabbath had accepted our surrender. Sylph Nova would have been remembered as a prodigious genius, and while the people of Austin might have become a vassal state, many lives would have been spared. Reality was far crueler. The beast of war was still hungry for blood. True hell awaited us, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow us as we continued to descend into a deeper quagmire. Section. What? But at that moment. What's that? The Sabatian soldiers, aren't they decreasing? The capital city of Win was under siege. I was in despair thinking there was no hope of victory and just waiting to die. Look, they're retreating. The Sabatian soldiers are retreating. Oh. Seeing the sight of the Sabatian forces slowly withdrawing from the plains that were previously filled with their overwhelming numbers. They're running away. Was nothing short of divine intervention. End of Volume 2.